more seconds. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Boy, oh boy, every time I load into this airplane and we sit here and I'm counting down, I'm just getting ready to go live, it just, I must have a sickness because I just get more and more excited. Like I think it's safe to say I get more excited to fly the Fenix Block 2 than I have been as of late to go to actual work and fly the real airplane. I've just been having so much fun with y'all in the chat, with just the Fenix improvements that we've seen here on the sim, the IAE engine juice, and today a very special livery for me personally. This is a livery I grew up watching all the time. As you've heard before, my grandparents lived in the Bay Area in California, so during the summers we'd make our way out there, and America West through Phoenix, that's where we would be flying through. And today we're gonna do Reno, San Jose, and then we're gonna do a turnaround, check out our EGTs. I want to show you guys some data I've been collecting. We're going to go through all that, and then we're going to do a sunset arrival into Phoenix Sky Harbor, where it's going to just be absolute juice bombs all the way through. So I'm excited for today. I hope y'all are ready. This livery is available on the FSTO from Whiskey Throttle. It comes in a 2-pack with the other, the newer version of the America West was the turquoise green. I can't think of it. I think there's a name for it. But if you just put exclamation point livery, it should bring you right to it. Whiskey Throttle has been pumping out some fantastic liveries for the airplane, for all the airplanes. So it's just a fantastic painter. I know there's a lot of great painters in the Flight Sim TO, but he's just one that's in the Discord as well. So check him out. Whiskey Throttle on the Flight Sim TO. This livery is available as a 2-pack, and you're absolutely gonna love it. Let's see who we got here. Jeremy, good to see you, man. Tail number 635 was written off as an accident in Phoenix. Was that the one with the? It wasn't the one with the nose, was it, Jeremy? I'm not sure. That's very interesting to hear, though. Good to see you, Jeremy. Jeremy, I threw back to the OG countdown song, the very first countdown song Jeremy created for this channel, with the kind of like, almost reminds me of kind of like that FSX, US Airways undertones. Just great. Absolutely love it. Captain Will, good to see you, my man. Blue Bear's in the house. McAllen is here. Kyle Ferris, a tipsy penguin. Atul's here. Good evening, Atul from India. Good to see you. Many more. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's get into this right away here. I need to change something. Perfect. All right, done. All right, just want to make sure my mini FCU was working. Yes, it is. Mini FCU is up. No mini FCU cam until we actually get native support, because there's really no sense in me showing it to you. But look at this puppy ready to roll. We are real time, real weather in Reno right now. Very short hop over to San Jose. So again, what we're tracking today is we've squashed some ideas and some hearsay and my own hearsay about the engine times and starts, everything. So we know these V2500s, they start up exactly like the real thing from a cold, quote-unquote, cold soak state, which I believe Airbus says after, is it 1 hour? I can't remember if it's 1 hour or 2 hour. I think Airbus says it's officially a cold-soaked engine. I think the word cold is misleading, but we know from a cold state the engines start to the second, perfect to the real life engines. Their EGTs and their fuel flows are spot on to the real engines. Their sounds are spot on, especially with the improvement of the startup sounds. The last thing that was plaguing this engine was kind of that thermo cooling between turnarounds, where the engines were remaining much hotter than I was anticipating, and then also as I confirmed as I went and tracked my own V2500 engines in turnaround state. So I will show you guys that data once we get to San Jose. We got an Allegiant truck there going through the wing. That's interesting. But that's kind of our last. Oh my gosh, is there custom cabin seats? Did y'all see that? Look at the seats. I can smell this seat. Okay, we'll save a cabin tour. We got a short cruise, but this is going to be a great one. Let's wake up this puppy. We are completely cold and dark. We're going to wake it up. We got the old school ADI, some old school airspeed bugs, and we've got GSX ready to go. So let's go ahead and fire this airplane up. Ooh, we're getting close, 25.7. Might have to make sure we do a little battery charging test after that. But let's go ahead and make sure the sounds are up. Oh, yeah, I love the sound of that gyro. Love it. That's so awesome. All right, external power. Let's let the airplane wake on up here. Christy Ionscu, good to see you, man. Hope you're well, Christy. Jeremy says, runway overrun accident and it crushed the nose. Oh, wow, Jeremy, really? Man, I wasn't aware of that one. Ouch. You helped Whiskey on the new seats. Cameron White, fantastic, man. Well, thank you for assisting with the seats. We're going to have to take a look at the cabin. I haven't done a cabin tour in a while, pretty much because it's pretty much all the same, right? But I think we need to do a cabin tour of this one. It looks like there's some special juice back there. Compatibility is now up to mini cockpit to get going, says Fragtality. Ooh, all right. All right. I can't wait. We'll have to see when it finally gets set up because there's too many manuals involved in the current version of setting up the mini FCU with the Fenix. Mine works. It just doesn't show the digits on the display of the mini FCU itself. But I mean, I look here and I scroll with the mini FCU, so man, it's all good. It's all good. All right, she's coming to life. We're completely cold and dark. We're going to let the FCU, or not the FCU, what is that? The FWC power up. Let's come here to the FMGC V2527-A5. We got a current nav database, courtesy of Christy Ionscu. Thanks, sir. Initialization, let's do an init request, and while the airplane is continuing to power up, let's get an ATIS loaded up here as well. We'll go AOC weather request. And KRNO is what we want to find out. We don't want the TAF, just the METAR. And while we wait, we want to make sure our failures are turned up to 11 on this as well, because we got to... Are they livery specific? I believe it's livery specific, right? So each livery, you got to set high failure rate and all failures store as default. All right, we're locked and loaded. Let's come over here and see what we got for weather. Dougal's in the house. Good to see you, my man. Mr. Pilot says, speaking of seats, you can adjust the pilot seat the same as the real airplane. I know, Mr. Pilot. We've done it a couple times. We've done it a couple times. All right, weather data. Reno, variable at 4, 10 miles, 8:30:01. Beautiful. Ooh, whoa. Mountain wave activity at APTIM something. Interesting. Mountain wave activity. So we got to be some turbulence. Some turbulence out there. 357 is our flight number. Cost index. This is a short flight. We're going to go 25. We don't have to get ourselves in trouble. Our cruise altitude, I'm not quite sure what I filed, but let's make it West E280 for this short hop. I think it's less than 200 miles. Super short hop. I've done this flight in real life on the Southwest, actually. All right, so that is in the box. Light and variable winds. Let's blast off. Departure 17 right. We'll go southbound, and we are on the Zephyr, I believe. I'm not going to start the loading process with GSX just yet. Let's go to Navigraph. Reno, starred charts. Yeah, it is the Zephyr 8 southbound. And off 17 right is what we're taking. Zephyr 8. And the transition, Darby. This is kind of an interesting flight plan. It takes us way down south and then around into San Jose. And we're going to expect to land ILS 12 right. And we're coming up the Razor 5. But this is a real route that was just flown momentarily or minutes ago from a Southwest 73, so that's what they're giving out on the stubble. I don't have that transition. Razor 5 stubble transition. I don't have that one. Maybe it's not for 12, right? Rust me. Approach via. No approach vias. Let me take a look at that. Oh, right there, stubble. Okay, I see. Never mind. It's all in there. Beautiful. All right. V1 flies for Southwest. Confirm. Hey, shh. Aaron. It's a secret, my man. It's a secret, Aaron. Is the new update or is the same Block 2 update? Is this the new update or is the same Block 2 update? What do you mean? This is the latest and greatest that updated yesterday. Look, we already have a fuel auto feed fall. I feel like I'm in a 319. Haha. Okay, well, I'm going to clear you for now. We'll deal with you in a minute. All right, our main flight plan is pretty much in the box. Let's start the whole GSX process. We'll go here. 161 planned. All right, I'm going to load aircraft. Make sure I do this right. GSX. Now, no touchy. No touch anything. No touchy. Not touching, not touching, not touching. Alright, so that's going to go ahead and do its thing. We've got another 320 sitting over there in the gate. I think there's a Reno scenery. I don't know who makes it, though. I should probably pick it up, because I feel like we've flown out of Reno a couple times, and I'm just sitting here at my hotel motel scenery. What is the Phoenix finicky about changing trim in sim? No, I haven't had an issue with that, Ahmed. Now, here's the thing. You shouldn't be messing with your trim all that much, especially if you're talking about pitch trim in the sim, other than setting it for takeoff. Because unless you're doing abnormals, you're not going to touch the pitch trim wheel. I'm trying to think before I say this. Pretty much ever. Yeah, you're not going to touch the pitch trim wheel in normal law, normal flight ever, unless you are doing abnormals. I'm trying to think if there's... You touch the rudder trim. I touch the rudder trim every now and then when I'm hand flying. But as far as pitch trim, you shouldn't be messing with it. Time. What time? We are real time. What's weird, the Tola 320 Neo, I'm flying to the same thing this morning, and it's never done that before. Really, Nicholas Quick? Interesting. Interesting. Fragtality says as if I've read the KB article. No, I don't. Yeah. Fragtality, you know by now, my friend. I've been elected to lead, or I've been elected to stream, not to read. That's what I have the chat for. Y'all tell me what I'm missing, and I don't have to read. Now, I wanted to try something here. So we're going to get prelim weights, right? What happens? This might mess everything up. Will it mess up if I go... zero... doesn't give me a prelim, zero fuel. It gives me a takeoff weight. Doesn't give me a prelim, zero fuel. I was going to try to do what we normally do in the real airplane by setting up stuff there, but that's all right. Okay, progress page. Let's put KRNO in here right now. KRNO. Fuel, predict, we're waiting for that. Net B, we're waiting for that. So we're pretty much good to go. Secondary, this is going to get a little dicey. I'm going to just do Reno to Reno. RNO, RNO. Secondary, if we have to come back around, we're going to land back on 17 right as well. ILS Zulu 17 right. We're going to draw it all the way out. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to take a Novia. So that's in the secondary. Perf data. Now, you guys have seen me do the real-world engine out at Reno. It is a very complex procedure. We're not going to mess with it today unless Phoenix throws a wrench in our plans and we pop an engine. Basically, we're going to have to make a left-hand turn, come back around, track over the field, then track outbound. It's a wild one. I showed y'all before. But if you lose an engine here in Reno, surely they don't have any published charts for it, do they? Let me look. No, they don't. Any reference charts, overview? No, they don't. I was wondering if they had some. No. Essentially, though, what you do if you lose an engine, you basically track straight out, you go this way, you turn back, you track inbound, you go this way, then you fly out, you do a procedure turn hold like this, and then you come back and shoot the approach. That's pretty much what you do if you lose an engine, something like that. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that today. Now, what I also did, though, is if I get rid of the U, if I go back to just a regular route page, which we are on right there, hey, we got our updated ground chart, but we will hard tune the Mustang VOR. That's one we do want to have in there, which is FMG. So let's real quick, let's put FMG here in the VOR 1. We're going to hard tune that one. Back to our secondary perf. We need to finish that. Secondary perf says temperature is not being recorded off the ECAM. Why is that? Because we never initialized the airplane. Way to go. No, we did. Why is that not being recorded? Hold up. Maybe because we never did our actual flow here. doing, chat? We're getting all... It's too early. It's too early to be doing this. Missing an entire preliminary flow here. Fire test. Fire test 2. Load page. Page 1 should have a 0 fuel. Chemo, I saw that. It had a takeoff weight. I'll double check, though. All right, everything else looks good on the overhead. And there we go. +7. 7 degrees. Nice and cool here. Nice and cool here. So secondary perf. And approach page 7 OAT. And I believe that was 3009. Close enough. 30.9 is set. That's our secondary Radnav Prague perf page. Boarding requested. I'm not going to touch you. We're going to leave it at that. Looks like fueling is done. They're going to come out here and open the doors and get loaded up. All right. Also, Force Toga will trigger the config 3 bug. Optimum without Force Toga will give you the best flap, then ignore flaps. Gustavo is in chat. So we were talking about the perf data. Force Toga will trigger a config 3 bug. Optimum without will give you the best flap, then ignore flex. That's what we'll do, Gustavo. We will do optimum without Force Toga, but then we will do a Toga takeoff anyway out of here. And then we'll have to leave it up. We'll see once we fire up the AP. We'll see how many folks join the lovely live stream today, and then we'll put a light goal for a PAX off takeoff, which on this particular day, I wouldn't mind if we did a PAX off just for performance purposes. But we'll see. Reno is high elevation. There is a lot of threats around here. There's a lot of terrain. We'll discuss that here in a minute as we get ready for our pre-departure brief. Callie Simmer, good glorious morning to you out there on the West Coast. Hope you are well. Got my cafe con leche right here, and it was a happy hour at my local coffee shop today, like early morning happy hour, something like that, so I got $1 off. Plus, I already had a free drink, so then I just tipped $1 using my Callie Simmer cafe con leche fund. Appreciate you. Hope you have a wonderful morning. Mickey G in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you, dude. How often do you PAX off in real life? Kyle Ferris, it's more common in the summertime because you obviously have more performance impact, right? Because you've got high density altitudes, it's hotter. In the winter, it's pretty rare unless you're in some dicier situations. We do it. I mean, I think I've probably done maybe 3 PAX off takeoffs in the last, I want to say, 6 months from now? So it's March. So 12. Yeah, I'd say that probably in the last 6 months, I've done maybe 3 PAX off takeoffs in real life. And how many Togas? I've probably done less than 10. $1 off coffee really sets the day up right. It sure does, Delta Tango. It sure does. All right, our baggage loaders are here. We're loading bags. Southwest America West merger confirmed. We got our boarding music. I don't know why. This window view that I bound, though, I just absolutely love it. It's like the perfect angle. There's so much. Dude, that guy looks real. What a time to be alive. To quote the warrior poet Ice Cube. Oh, I thought you were saying, because I actually know the actual warrior poet. But Ice Cube, I gotta say it was a good day. Yeah, that's funny, because warrior poet society is a thing. Uh-oh.
Time to refill the Cafe Con Leche Fun, Captain.
Cafe Con Leche Fun has been reloaded courtesy of Callie Simmer. Thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check going right into the Cafe Con Leche Fun. Miss Callie Simmer, very kind of you. Appreciate that. Again, hope you have a wonderful afternoon, a wonderful day. As we get ready, is it too early to say going to the weekend yet?
Up all night at work.
Uh-oh.
We'll catch the stream later. Have a good flight.
Mike P. Get some rest, dude. Up all night. Doing God's work out there, my man. Appreciate you. Get some rest. Thanks for the $10 bank angle check. And hopefully we'll see you in Vegas here pretty soon. Thank you, sir. Santiago, I'm pretty sure that's just default boarding music, right? I don't know. It sounds different than yesterday's. You know what would be cool? I'm getting my real-world briefing stuff out here while you guys look at the baggage loaders doing their things. What would be cool, is it possible to put music to liveries? I know you can do announcements to liveries, right? So you can have certain liveries have certain announcements, which makes sense for airlines. I wonder if you could do the same with boarding music. Up all night, sleep all day. AJ, what's up, man? V1 goes up and down the aisle asking for likes for togas. Listen, if someone ever says, I think Team Vodka was in the chat, or I was talking on the Discord, he's like, yeah, I would say Toga when he walked onto the airplane. If someone ever says that to me and I'm flying, I will do a Toga takeoff just for them. So if you're ever on my airplane, just everybody just go up to the front and say, hey, can we do a Toga? We'll do a Toga takeoff. Do Neos have high out push button? It depends on the operator, Ian. It depends. I actually don't know. I don't believe. I wanna say no, Ian, because our Neos have. It depends on the. I think it also depends on if you have Pratts or Leaps. But instinctively, I want to say the Neo has a higher or a lower high altitude restriction than the CEO. I could be wrong though. That's a good question. Maybe Gustavo will know. All right, let me pull out KRNO. Let's talk about this. I'll put San Jose in there as well. Got my real world chart stuff going on here. Company charts for Reno. Complex Special 17 right is a dicey one. We're not going to brief that. I kind of already went over it a little bit, but let's look at the just basic briefing here. High terrain, use terrain on ND is mandatory. So we'll make sure we get our train on ND up here already. Well, we can't do it. Why can't we get our train on ND, chat? Someone tell me why my train ND is bugged right now. It's not bugged, but someone tell me why. You should know now. You guys are picking up here on the V1 Nation. Use caution for 321 operations on the follow. Oh, 321 following approaches are unauthorized due to the unavailability of Cat D minimum, so we don't have to worry about that. We're in a 320. Let's see. Turbulence is very common on descent and departure. It is recommended to have cabin crew and passengers seated at top of descent. Strong and or shifting winds may cause turbulence or shear. Storms and wind can cause wind shear conditions, creating excessive delays, holding, and potentials for diversions. Yes, IRS not aligned. Very good, very good. So this terrain on ND push button here is a database-driven EGTwiz, the E part. So if you come up here, we are not aligned. We have a fault light. It doesn't know where we are, so it can't turn it on. Now, you still have basic modes, GTwiz modes, but the enhanced GTwiz is based off of a database position, and if you don't have your position, it doesn't know where you are, so it won't turn it on. Very good. See, we're learning things here. We're learning it here. Let's continue with the briefing. Extensive glider activity up to 18,000 feet. Those folks are crazy. Hang gliding and other soaring activity exists in airport vicinity. Moderate ATIS for location and activity. High occurrence of TCAS events. Departures. Engine inoperative guidance. Refer to the complex special procedure. Engine failure during takeoff. Consider yourself previously briefed from one of my previous streams. Pushback clearance not required. Engine start clearance not required. Reduced power. Reduced power takeoffs prohibited when weather is less than 2003 and or during hours of darkness. So we're going to say it's technically an hour of darkness right now, so even though it's not. But that's a note in here. That's why you got to run through your company pages. You know, even though you've been to the airport a couple times, you're familiar with it, I always make it a point to bring up my real-world company charts, read through them before I do a briefing. Departing on 17, have all engines operating takeoff considerations that require manual modification of acceleration altitude on the perf takeoff page. Refer to the complex special all engines operating takeoff for acceleration altitude for the respective departures. We're going to do that right now. So I'm going to go to my all engines operating complex special 17. All engines operating takeoff configuration. Minimum thrust reduction and flap retraction altitude is 7,400 feet. So we're going to go 7,400, 7,400. I'm going to see if this gets wiped out when we upload it from the EFB. In real life it would, but we'll see that. Maintain at least 1,000 feet per minute or greater during acceleration and flap retraction. Now if we lose an engine, let me just double check. Do not engage the autopilot. Accelerate level flight V2 plus 10. After 5,500 feet. Level off and accelerate. Okay, so that's in there, all right. So we've already modified it, 7,400, 7,400. That's checked. Anything else we need to go over? 7,400, 7,400. I'm going to see if this gets wiped out when we upload it from the EFB. In real life it would, but we'll see that. Maintain at least 1,000 feet per minute or greater during acceleration and flap retraction. Now, if we lose an engine, let me just double check. Do not engage the autopilot. Accelerate level flight V2 plus 10. After 5,500 feet. Level off and accelerate. Okay, so that's in there, all right. So Nothing. It's just arrivals and de-icing stuff. So we've gone over our basic information. Do a basic crew brief with the flight attendant, so we never get to do that. Hello. Hi. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, we got 161 passengers on board today. We've got a short flight, 1 hour and 25 minutes. It's going to be bumpy and windy out of here, so please remain seated. I'll give you a call out of 10. I'll ding you out of 10. We'll talk about it. Just remain seated. Looking at the forecast, it looks like we have a possibility of mountain wave activity and some turbulence just going all the way to San Jose today. So we might just, it might be all right to skip the service. But again, we'll talk once we hit 10,000 feet. We'll go from there. Any questions for me? Nope, no questions. Cool. Can I get one cafe con leche for myself? And first officer will have a water, and Callie Simmer's going to have another cafe con leche. She's on the jump seat today. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. You've been briefed. I've been briefed. Per our takeoff, we're going up to flight level 280, terrain on ND mode. If we pop an engine, no autopilot, left turn back around over the airport, accelerate at 6,000 feet, continue climbing, and track outbound. And we'll come back around and land on 17 right. You've been briefed. I've been briefed. Our fault light has been extinguished there from our fuel tank pumps. That is good. Let's go ahead and get the APU master on and double check our fuel. It is on board, right? 8.7, 8.7. It is balanced. So with that on, fuel tank pumps are coming on. Start the APU. Let's roll. Kyle Lewis, thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Appreciate you. Man, my cameras keep getting smacked by my new chair armrest. That's unfortunate. Kyle Lewis, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. Got to do actual work today. We'll have to catch the replay this evening. Have a good stream, V1. Hey, Kyle Lewis, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for that $10 bank angle check. Hopefully your real work won't be too busy today, and you can take a nice break, fly some Fenix V2B2. Appreciate you, man. Poor FO doesn't get a cafe con leche. Is it safe for terrain or weather radar to be on at the gate? Adam, terrain, yes, because terrain, remember, this is a very large misconception, especially with the A320, because there are other aircraft that have ground radars. The 320, this is a database depiction. So this is terrain on ND. This is not a true terrain radar. This is a database depiction of the elevation around us. There is nothing emitting from the airplane. Now, if I were to turn on the weather radar, absolutely you are correct. You will then be frying everybody in front of the nose cone. So you recommend to keep that off. Now, there are other aircraft, especially military aircraft, ground mapping, terrain radar, all that stuff, where it does emit a beam and a signal, but this is just a database depiction. All right, APU is up and running. We'll start the chrono, give it 3 minutes, and we are just waiting on...
Reno traffic at 2714, pushing back gate Charlie 10 until November, facing East.
We gonna turn that down a little bit. I had that all the way up. In real life, do you manually set speed bugs on standby or just ignore them? Yes. Yes, we always set them every single time, if you know what I'm saying. Yes, always set them. If you remember. All right. I'm on VATSIM. No, I am on Iveo. I had my Iveo pilot client all the way up, so that's why that was so loud. That was on me. That wasn't a microphone issue. That was on me. Jeremy says, if it's just a database depiction, then how does the GIPWIZ work when the E part of eGIPWIZ is inoperable? That will work based on a radar altimeter, which is a beam coming off the nose. So, good question, Jeremy, but yes, you kind of answered it in your own question there. So when the enhanced GIPWIZ is off, or say you have a terrain database fault, you've lost the E part, and you've lost this depiction. The only thing you will have is the basic modes, GPWS, which is based off the radio altimeter, which does in fact send out a beam and return back to you. Now, as far as like the strength of that beam, I don't know any of the details or the technical specifications behind a radar altimeter beam. But I will tell you, Jeremy, I think I mentioned on a few streams ago, when we were flying into Atlanta the other night, the radar altimeter went off at 350 or 330. We were at 33,000 feet, descending 31, somewhere in there. And we descended right over the top of an airplane, and our radar altimeter picked him up, and it triggered the landing memo at like 30,000 plus feet. It came up here. It was like a landing memo. Now, I've also had it go where it's you're flying along, and all of a sudden you get a 2,500. Like, what? It's an airplane went right under the airplane at 2,500 feet, and it thought you were at 2,500. Yeah. But that beam doesn't fry anybody. I don't think it does, Jeremy. I really don't think. And it's depicted straight down. I think it's actually... That would be a great question for someone much smarter than me, where it actually is, where the radar altimeter is. It's right under the nose somewhere in here. Maybe right here? Does anybody know where the radar altimeter antenna actually is? It's got to be... I think it's here. I'm sure it's modeled on Phoenix. Do not paint. Forward. I think that might be it. It's under here somewhere. We need Stig Aviation Maintenance to come tell us where it is. Oh, look, they're closing the cargo door. Love it. There's our pack outlets. There's our rat, so they fixed the decals on the rat. We haven't done... Look at this nice livery. Look at the attention to detail. Look at the streaks coming off here. Whiskey throttle, man. 10 for 10. All right. I just love it, man. I just love the Airbus. Look, you can tell the wind is blowing from the right. We've got our elevator, or excuse me, our vertical stab blowing over. All right. Let's see. Everybody's on board. Let's get the APU bleed on. We'll disconnect that. And we've got another company message. Let's get our finals. So we'll come over here. We'll get our final load sheet. We'll accept that. Done. Now, we want to check two things here. We want to see if this gets wiped out. And we also need to put in our init information. So, boarding completed. Dismiss. Let's go over here to weight and balance. Send to McDo. That should be done. Now we'll come over here. Departure perf. 17 right. Dry. Optimum. No force toga. Packs on. Sync final load sheet. Sync live weather. And calculate. And then we're going to do a flex. Or I'm sorry. We're going to do a toga. We're going to do a toga flap 2. So we'll go ahead and send that to the McDo. And we are going to clear out the flex temp. So we're going to do 28, 35, 35. Toga. Flaps 2, down 0.6. It kept our 7,400 feet here. That's just I mean, maybe on updated software that's better than ours, it wouldn't wipe it out. But that's one thing you got to be careful of. Anytime you modify thrust reduction acceleration prior to uplinking your ACARS data, it will wipe it out and put in the uplinked data, because it will uplink engine out and thrust reduction altitude accordingly. So anyway, flaps 2 down 0.6, 28, 35, 35, and init B weights are all in there. 130.8, 8.7 on the fuel. Yeah, baby, we're gonna be a rocket ship. All right, let's go. You ready? Good to close? Good to close. All right, let's get the beacon on. Will it pull the external power? It sure does. Not touching anything. Let's do a cockpit prep. Cockpit prep check. Made it so I can tail number on board and check. Ear pins and covers removed. Seatbelts on. Aiders, navin, fuel. Let's see. 87 required. 87 on board. Altimeters 2997 set. EFB checked. Cockpit prep check complete. Before start, windows, doors, and slides. They are not closing arm. Beacons on. Thrust levers idle. Parking brake is on. Before start checklist is complete. Let's blow this popsicle stand. The antenna should be just below the do not paint spots, the 2 black holes. Ah! So there's 2 little black holes on towards the tail. We're hunting for radio altimeters. Probably should have done it before we started the APU. Alright, so lab, service, hydraulic access panel. Here are two little thingy majiggers. Those could be radar altimeters because there's two of them. Right? And there's holes. Are those them? Let me turn around so we can read it. I need to go nose left, tail right. That's got to be them right there. No, that's not them. Oh, right there. That's got to be them right there. They're here somewhere. Oh, right there. Look. Look. That's got to be them. That's cool. All right, we found them. Crisis averted. All right. Release parking brake. Here we go. Throttletek cam's coming online. Brakes released. My camera keeps getting out of whack here.
All engines clear. Start at will.
I don't know why. Well, I do know why. So I'm going to have to fix my chair. All right. Did I see the wrong or elevators in neutral powered position? Neutral powered position. No, they're hanging down a little bit. They're hanging down. Cam MD80, good to see you, man. Haven't seen you in a while. All right, we're good to start. Let's spin them up, shall we? Ignition mode to ignition start. All right, we're starting engines with 339 here in the chat. If we want to do a packs off takeoff today, we're going to need 200 likes. If we hit 200 likes, I will do packs off from the outside view. But we got to hit 200 likes before takeoff. If not, we'll do packs on. All right, starting one. Here we go. Shh.
Please set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
At least she was muted for half of the engine start.
In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened. Least as shown. It must be.
There's an avail. Starting two. Here we go.
From above you. Pull a mask towards
Yes, the
you
P2
to
is
start
inhibited
with.
until we go second master
Put
on.
the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap.
Listen to
Pull
that
on each
start
side to
up.
adjust.
So
Put on your
awesome.
own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take a life jacket from under your seat. Remove from the pouch and put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist and click together.
When would you use the crank option? To ventilate after a failed start.
Inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate it by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into this tube. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. The cabin crew can assist you with life jackets for children. Your tray table must now be stowed, armrest down, window blinds open, and seatbelt fastened. Further information regarding
Richland,
the
there
safety
are
on board can be found
starter
in the
limitations,
in-flight
yes.
magazine. We hope you
But
have
during an automatic engine start, no, you don't have to worry about it. Because it's an automatic engine start. Doing a manual start, then you do have to take into considerations. There's our avail light. Minute and 12 seconds. right on time. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. We got 2 good starts. We're going here. We're going here. Flap de. This airplane is so fun. Everything about this airplane just reeks excellence, does it not? I mean, the flap animations, the sounds. Is this some extra whiskey throttle work here? These dirty flaps? I don't know if it's just me right now, but for some reason, maybe it's the lighting. This looks like one of the best wings I've looked at since we've had the Block 2 out. We've been flying it. This might be part of a livery thing. I don't know if he dirtied it up at all or just the lighting right now, but dang, does that wing look good. All right, we got 2 good starts, flaps 2. APU is coming off. APU bleed is off. That's coming off. We got a short taxi out. We need to warm them up anyway. We need at least a 5-minute on the warm-up. So let's do our flight control checks here at the gate. We're going full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. We were down 0.6. Beautiful. Auto brakes max, takeoff config, ding, oil maybe. No? All right. That's going there. We're going TARA. We're going here. And just waiting on the cabin. All right. Engine temps. Let's see. 54. 940. Fuel flows 940. EGT 450, 449. I mean, that is spot on, guys. Spot on. I'm going to show you all the data we've got in San Jose. So make sure you stick around for that. Ian Woodbridge, thank you for the $10 super chat. Captain, love the retro livery. Learning so much, waiting for that Taka or Laxa out of MROC. Left a link for the liveries in chat. Ian, appreciate you, man. We do need to head back down to MROC for sure. Appreciate the $10 super chat. I'll try to get one of those retro liveries up here in the near future, man. Appreciate the support. Shaq Oatmeal. Good to see you, Shaq. Looks as good as mayonnaise oozing out of a sandwich. Leave it to Shaq. What's up, dude? Hope you're well, man. All right, here we go. Brake check. So let's do an actual brake check. Brake check. Pressure 0. All right. Reno traffic, Cactus 357, taxi on 17 right, Reno. We'll take the second left, I think. All right. Yeah, we'll take the second left. Should I bind my twist axis on the joystick for tiller? That's up to your personal preference, Zane. I know a lot of folks that put the tiller on the twist axis, and that way your rudder is just rudder. I think that can help with controllability, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't even matter. When I did not have a tiller, I used to do that. I used to run either my yoke. I would have my yoke be the tiller on the ground, kind of like a steering wheel. And I always wanted to isolate my rudders if I could. So, is that the cabin calling or is that an alert? That's it. That was Ian Woodbridge's super chat. Thank you. I thought the cabin was calling. That's funny. Let's see, are they almost ready or what? They're not ready yet. We'll listen up for them to call us. Good afternoon, Flight Sim guy. Good to see you, dude. You never watched the Jeff Dunham Bubba J skit, and if you didn't get it. I have watched Jeff Dunham, but I don't think I've seen that one. It's been a while, man.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff.
All right, there we go. Hello.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Cheerio. All right, Miss McTavish is ready to roll. All right, I don't see anybody on final. Let's keep it rolling. Reno traffic, Cactus 357, departing 17 right, Reno. All right, let's light it up. Did we hit our like goal? Ooh, we need 200 likes for outside packs off. It doesn't seem like it's happening. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen. I'll cut you a deal. If we hit 200 before takeoff, I'll just do outside packs on takeoff. But you only have a few seconds. Good old Reno, baby. Taxis so well on the ground too. I like the way it responds with the tiller. I think it's really well done. All right, ooh, we did hit it. Okay, but you were late, so because you were late, we're gonna do packs on, but we will do it from outside view. So, spool them up 50. Yoga's in chat, and we will do Toga from outside, which I don't know if we've done yet. Should be spicy. Watch your ears. It's gonna be loud. I'm actually screwed. I'm gonna leave it max volume, so just watch your ears. All right, here we go. Spool them up 50. Yoga's in chat. Yoga. I'm deaf. I'm deaf. Mantoga SRS runway auto thrust is blue. That was worth it. Thrust set. 100 knots. Check. V1. Rotate. Pause and a brake. Gear up. Nav. Fly with. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Remember, we have our modified reduction altitude. We gotta keep it going. Stay in that command bar. Man, it would have been so much cooler with packs off. All right, here comes 7,000. There it is, from window view, of course. That nose down a little bit. Thrust, climb, climb, nav. XP72 window view. Shot at XP. All right, there is F speed. Let's go ahead and select flaps 1. Speed checks. Flaps 1. Look at that wing.
Please keep your seatbelt.
What is going on? It must be delivery. That wing looks so good. A little bit of low level fog, valley fog up there. Already at 9.2, isn't that crazy? Field elevation. Here comes S speed. Flaps 0. After takeoff checklist.
We accept all major credit and debit cards. If we can be of any further assistance, just ask us.
Here comes 10,000 feet. We're at 10. We're going to keep everything in the secondary for now until we're a little bit more, until we're AFE. We'll do our initial 10,000 there. Gosh. Do you feel G-force during takeoff in real world? Thomas, yes. Especially if you're light. Especially when you do a Toga. You can feel it push into your seat a little bit. Absolutely. Love this departure. Just pretty much straight out down the valley. Going through a little bit of cloud activity. We'll get the engine anti-ice on. That is just... There's no words. Just enjoy it. All right, here comes 290 knots. We'll start to pitch up a little bit. Should have had constraint modes on there for takeoff. We're okay though, but should have been on for takeoff. Alright, there's our 290 climb out speed. Now we'll start to pick up that climb rate even more. Squeezing all the juice with these views. I'm trying. When you're flying the TBM out of Reno, what weird runway glitch that crashed the plane was that? Cody, that was Lake Tahoe. That was Tahoe, and that was on X-Plane, wasn't it? When we had the 146 crash? All right, look at that breakout. Getting above all those low-level clouds. Guess we'll engage the autopilot. Not much to do here. It's pretty stunning view, but pretty boring departure to hand fly. So we'll go AP1. We'll go back to full screen cameras, and we will enjoy. Oh, look at that! A little bit of juice coming out there. Little snow-capped mountains. Yeah, that was Tahoe, and I don't know what it was, Cody. I think there was like an invisible terrain issue that we were having. Did you fly Am West as a kid? I sure did, Mr. Martini. That's what I was talking about at the very beginning. This livery, it just one because my grandparents had a house in Santa Cruz, California. So we would, my sister and I, when we were little, we would make our way to San Jose through Phoenix on America West every summer, every Christmas. Well, not every, pretty much as many as we could, as many holidays as we could. Robinson J. Santana, I've got a feeling you are behind on the live stream. Welcome. I think Mr. Santana is still looking for the radar altimeter. Captain, during a canceled approach procedure, how do you get the aircraft out of the armed approach mode or soft go around? Cam, are you talking about a high altitude go around? Like say you're on approach at 3,000 feet and then they instruct you to go around? If that's the case, you need to just cycle the thrust levers up to Toga, bring it back to climb, so you get back to auto thrust, and that will cycle your box for you. That'll cycle you into the go-around phase. And then all you have to do is go back to your perf approach, reactivate the approach phase, and you should be good to go. So even though you're at high altitude and you're doing we call that an intermediate go-around. So you're way out on the loc, and you get told to go around. Sometimes you don't even get a climb. So say you're at 3,000 feet and they say Cactus 357, go around, maintain 3,000. So then you're already at 3,000. So it depends. Here we go. Situations are situational. What you can also do, Cam, is you can then just revert. You can try to revert the modes. So you would just select heading and select maintain altitude, select the speed, and then vector yourself, and then fly the heading. You could do that, but your box will be, depending on where you are on the approach, your box might be out of sync of where you want it to be. So the easiest way to say that is just hit Toga, come right back to climb. That way you cycle the box. There are other ways around it, but like I said, it's very situational depending on where you are on the approach. Does that work in the Phoenix Dougal? I actually don't know. I don't think we've done an intermediate go around. I don't know. We might have to try it. I like the Cactus album in the Discord. Nabil, how about those old school Cactus liveries in the Discord, huh? I mean, America West had some of the best liveries in my opinion. Just like, they were fun, man. I flew on the Phoenix Suns 7.5. I remember flying on, I don't think I flew on the Diamondbacks one, but I flew on the Arizona Cardinals one. All right, we're well above any icing conditions. We'll go ahead and get our engine anti-ice off. We'll finish the rest of our climb out here. We'll do copy active, rad nav. We'll detune Mustang VOR. Go back to the prog. We'll put San Jose right there. Boom, that is done. Delta operations on 2. Got that up and running. Let's talk to the flight attendants real quick. Hey, it's V1. Yeah, we're good. You know, we only have about another 30 minutes or so before we start down. So if you just want to do a hand service or whatever, that might be fine. But it's going to be a quick flight. But you should be good to get up. All right, cool. Sounds good. Thanks, Captain. Cool. All right, bye. Done. They're done. We're rocking and rolling now. Short flight. Short flight. I wish more airlines do sports team liveries. Yes, I know, Steven. I don't know why they don't. I wonder if it's because... Actually, I don't know why. There's really no good reason why they wouldn't, is there? Maybe they don't. They're not sponsored by them. Their sponsorship changes. Like, I know the Cowboys... I think they fly American now, but I'm pretty sure they flew, like, Delta before a couple times. Like, I've seen them be chartered on Delta. They charter who's like the cheapest, I would imagine, but I say that leniently because it's the NFL we're talking about, so it's not like they're short on money. Brian V. Hand service, man, come on. The Patriots have their own 7.6. I don't know if they still do. But now they're like sponsored by JetBlue, so that's awkward. AJ Funari, what's up, man? Aer Lingus has an Ireland rugby livery. Does it really? That's cool. IAEs or CFMs for climb performance or just let alone performance? Nicholas Quick. Depends. IAE's superior. But if you ask Gustavo, he'll tell you that CFMs are the best because the fan diameter is actually smaller, so they can do this better. I don't know. All you need to know is IAEs are superior. And actually, there's a bunch of different ratings of thrust outputs, too. So the V2500 on the 19 versus the 20 is different, and also the 20 and the 21 is different. Same for the CFM. They derate their engines. All right, 26 for 280. We'll go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. Short ride. Short ride. Who cares? IAEs are cooler. That's right. They're louder, they're bigger, and they're cooler. But do you like IAEs or Pratts better? I like IAEs over the Pratts, Kyle. I like IAEs over the Pratts. The Arizona Cardinals have their own 777? Really, Nate? I didn't know that. Okay. Detroit Red Wings have their own MD-81? Yes, I see that in Detroit. I've seen it in Detroit a couple times. The Phoenix Coyotes used to have their own 727 in Phoenix. Or Arizona Coyotes? I forget. I don't know hockey very much anymore. Also, I won't lie, the competition between American football and rugby is a better sport. Steven, I'm about to ban you. Oh gosh, here we go with AJ and the mama jokes again. Sounds like, oh yeah, here it comes. Listen, we're coming back. Listen to that subtle wind down. You're a pilot, would you see Microsoft Phoenix is more realistic and feels more like the real thing? Or say X-Plane Total is better and more realistic, feels like the real thing? Honestly, if you're just going off of feel alone, I think they both feel pretty much the same now. I think they're both as realistic as you're going to get in a desktop sim. When you just talk about pure feeling, I didn't mean to click that. Now, I will say Microsoft Flight Simulator has a much more realistic environment to fly on. This is what I think so many people miss when they talk about both sims. Like, the flight models are, the Tolis has always been hands down, without question, fantastic. I've stood behind Tolis 320, 19, and 21 since not since inception. I was kind of hard on them when they first released the 319. There was definitely some rough spots on that 319 when it first came out, but to Tolos' credit, I mean, they went to work and they did not stop working. They still haven't stopped working on those airplanes to get them better and better and better. Where you start to see the split now, and I've been seeing it and saying this for a while, the environment at which you fly in, to me, is just as important, if not more so important, than splitting hairs when it comes to flight models between sims. Because a desktop sim is only going to fly so much like the real thing, period. You will never fly, it's not going to, because it's not an airplane. Your desktop sim is not an airplane, so it will never feel 100% like a real airplane. However, with that aside, you can really emulate an environment in the simulator. And Microsoft's environment that which you fly in is way more realistic, it is way more captivating, and it's without doubt way better looking. So, if you put flight model stuff aside, the environment is much more realistic in Microsoft. So for me, flying in Microsoft now is the clear choice. Now, someone asked, do I need to, am I still going to use the Tolas for training purposes? Pretty sure the answer is still yes on that, and we're actually going to be in the Tolas here coming up. We need to pay it a visit. We need to pay the Tolas a visit. Especially now that we've got IAEs on this, we have to go straight up 320 IAE, 320 IAE on X-Plane, just kind of see how they shake out. But where the Tolas, I lost my train of thought for a second there, but where the Tolas in X-Plane still, in my opinion, is easier to use for training, the state saving and the situation save load. So for instance, when you want to do V1 cuts in the Tolas, you set up your situation, you set up your failure, and boom, you do a V1 cut. As soon as you get to acceleration altitude, I want to do that again. Reset, boom, you're right back where you don't have to set anything else up. It makes it so easy to train and to do repetitive failures and get procedures down pat. So if you are training on the Airbus for real world scenarios, the Tolas and X-Plane is still going to be superior in that aspect, of which it just makes it so much easier to have those scenarios repeat themselves. That's one thing that I don't know if Microsoft will ever be able to compete with. I don't know if it's a sim limitation or an add-on limitation. You control it through the Tolas ISCS, so I don't know how you could bring something similar to X-Plane. Whoa! We're starting to hit some mountain wave turbulence there. Let's go and get that seatbelt sign on. Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck. As you can tell right now, we're starting to hit some... oh, she cut me off. Damn it. Dougal. You need to put a muzzle on it, man. Just kidding. She interrupted my PA. Does anyone use FSI panel? Dougal. So it's interesting you bring this up because... I think I was watching another, was it Captain Canada? Maybe I was watching Captain Canada, and someone was talking about FSI panel. I've never heard of it. But it sounds like it's something similar to what I'm saying with the Tolas ISCS. I might have to look into it for training purposes, because they were talking about how you can save approaches and a long final or short final. Now the problem is that I think it's like what, $34 or something. For a straight training tool, that's a lot. I mean, that's kind of if it's all it's doing is saving your state, I have to look into it. Like, how much more can it do? Can I save repetitive failures, and is it not going to bug out with the Fenix? Because the Fenix is so complex with its own systems now. I wonder if you start using the FSI panel, it might make things a little buggy. I don't know. But it's something I got to look into, because it piqued my interest. Until I heard it was like $35 for a state saver. I'm like, oh wow, look at that view. Zilla, thank you for gifting the membership. Appreciate the support. Looks like Tranquil Breeze, who's been around for a while. Man, Tranquil Breeze, congrats, you got another membership, man. You can save absolutely anything. You can set up failures. It's compatible with most payware, including Fenix. Okay, Richland Music, I might look into this a little bit more. Because that could be a nail in the coffin for the all-time debate, really. I mean, the thing is, now we're like, it's not part of the Fenix, so it's, but anyways, it will set up the plane for you entirely on approach and repeat things. I'm very curious, Richland. I'm gonna have to look at it. Did you try the N1 mode? Yes, they fixed the ECAM gauge, and I didn't try auto thrust yet. Does it work now with both engines on N1 mode? Speed Freak, it does indeed. We tested it yesterday. Just remember, with the N1 mode on, your auto thrust, you won't have auto thrust. So, manual thrust. But yes, it does work. They fixed the line so you can read your N1s. All right, Chad, we have, you know what? We might save the cabin tour. We're going to have to save, we're already here. We got to save the cabin tour for our next leg, our longer one. But let's go ahead and set the bottom of this star. Because it's about ready to, we are about ready to approach here. So let's go to our Navigraph, San Jose, E Manetta, arrival, Razor 5 RNAV, that's what we're on. Looks like the bottom altitude, we're landing 1-2 is 4,000. We'll set 4,000 feet here up in the FCU. 4,000 is set. And 280 on the speed. Let's come down. We got to get a perf data set up too. Let's come down at, we'll keep it at 280 knots even for the bumps in case it's a little bit more bumpy. Latest and greatest weather. Let's call that up. KSJC, weather request, ident, yes, send. That'll be doing its thing. And next phase, approach. We haven't flown, I haven't landed 1-2 at San Jose, and I can't remember. About 5 prior, let's go ahead and start our descent, listen to the spool down. Michael Back, yes, the in-game replay that I use is, it works for some basic stuff, but once you start throwing failures at it, I do not think it'll work. And it also starts to bug things out. Not every time, but like with the Fenix, sometimes it'll throw bugs. Now, other airplanes like the TBM, much less complex aircraft, it works totally fine with for doing exactly that. You know, replay a takeoff and then you can just keep loading up at the takeoff roll and practice an engine failure or whatever. That it does work good for, but when you start using the more complex jets, I found out that it can get bugged out. DCS is a superior flight sim anyway. Well, obviously, DCS is definitely. I will defend that to my grave. It doesn't matter how good Microsoft gets or how good X-Plane is. The aerodynamic simulation in DCS is, in my opinion, unbeatable. I don't think it can be beat. Like, you can legit learn how to fly a tail wheel and get an endorsement through DCS physics. You know, good luck doing that on Microsoft. Right, Adam, yeah, it's the entire world is Microsoft, yeah. How much is DCS? You can get a free map, and then you pay for it. You can get some free airplane. It's, right, isn't it free? You could get a free map and a free airplane, like the old, like the Flaming Cliff stuff. I think. I'll just tell you, whatever it is, who asked that question? How much is it? Felix, I'll tell you this. Whatever it is, it's worth it. Guaranteed. I guarantee you, you will not have any buyer's remorse buying anything in DCS. Unless you buy the Gazelle. Don't buy the Gazelle. Frank Mesh, welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Glad to have you on board. Thank you for joining the channel, supporting V1 Nation here. Appreciate you. Make sure you check out your members-only content. Exclamation point welcome for you perks here. Appreciate you, sir. All right, here we go. We got light rain. Winds are 140 at 3. Yeah, I know. Temperature is 13. Ooh, a little rain today in San Jose. What was our QNH? 3014. 3014. That is set there. Let's take a look at our 1-2 right ILS. So we're coming down to 4,000 at Hyder. 1-2 right ILS. Minimums, DA, we need a half-mile viz. It's 251. Let's put 251 in the barrow. 251 is set. We'll put our LS push buttons on. And we'll run some perf data. I'm going to leave the... well, we don't have weather radar in the Fenix, right? Yeah, so I'm going to leave the terrain mapping up. Let's do a quick brief the approach. All right, you have control. We're set up to come down the Razor 5 RNAV arrival. Checked all the speed and altitudes. They're in there. Bottoms out 4,000 feet. We're going to transition off of Hyder. for the 1-2 right ILS. It's going to be an actual ILS approach today, so we've got chart 11-1 effective 2 April 21, localizer course 110.9, final approach course 126. That should be depicted here. Why is that not depicted? That's a bug in the Phoenix. I just picked it up. We should have our final approach course here, 126. Final approach course 126, final approach fix on the slope 1,800 feet over sunny, DA 251. Touchdown 46 feet will be stable by 1,000. Sector altitude off San Jose VOR is 5,600 feet. We got Pappies on the right, Mauser lighting. If we go missed on the publish, straight out 500, climbing 4,000. Eventually intercept San Jose radial 121 out to Gilroy and hold. That's in the box. Holding over Gilroy, left turns 301 inbound, matches the plate. It's in the box. Landing on runway 12 right in San Jose. We've got 11,000 feet available, left-hand turn off, 1 runway to cross. Make sure we hold short of that until we get cleared. Probably make the left turn Delta, double back via Echo or Golf or Hotel, whatever these taxiways are here. We'll go to Terminal Alpha. 320 for tail strike, flaps full, manual brakes, reverse as required. Any questions? No questions. Cool, I have control. All right. You've been briefed, I've been briefed. Here we go. 280 on the speed. Why do you set IRS to nav in the order of left, right, center? Because that's 1, 2, and 3. How do you count to 3? Do you count to 3, 1, 3, 2? Or do you go 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. It doesn't hurt anything if you do 1, 3, 2. Hell, you could go 2, 3, 1 if you want to. But we just take the logic approach of counting in numerical order. 1, 2, 3. Question green or question geese versus LRM for landing data. No idea what any of that is. Oh, geez. I said geese. No idea what any of them are. I don't even know what landing rate monitor is or where you get it. Favorite and unfavorite airport to fly into in real life? Least favorite? Probably Denver, because I never know what runway I'm going to land on. No, I have too many to name for favorites. Logical order is 0, 1, 2. Landing rate monitor is better. G's is hot garbage. What is landing rate monitor? Is that just the it's just a landing rate thing? Is that kind of like what we used to have in X-Plane, where it pops up in your face? Denver, not Newark. Yeah, nah, Newark's aight. Newark, you can at least see there's some cool approaches, like stadium visual. You're flying over New York City, like Newark can be aight. Newark is definitely more stressful than Denver, I'll tell you that. Denver is not very Denver is just, in my, like, the pinnacle, or like the definition of annoying is Denver International Airport, in my opinion. Like, flying into Denver, it's not super challenging, it's not super stressful, it's just annoying, because it's always bumpy from the Rockies, especially if it's windy. It's either bumpy, or you're in a freaking blizzard, and you've got 72 runways to pick from, and even though you say, okay, this star says select this runway for arrival, you select it, and then they give you something completely different. You're like, okay. And then for taking off, like, logically you would go, okay, I'm going to go to this runway, and then they push you back and send you to the other side of the airport, which is about 3 Europes away. It's like, it's not hard and it's not stressful, it's just annoying. What do you think about Atlanta? It's a very efficient airport. Very efficient from an airplane standpoint. It's also DEN. Yeah, I don't know why people say DIA. It's definitely DEN. DEN. Whenever I see DIA, I'm like, is that Dulles International? Is that the Dallas Institute of Arts? DEN is DEN. Yeah, I agree. Steven, yeah, the locals call it DIA. I've seen that. Like, I'm like, DIA? No, it just doesn't. I think Piedmont, I think that's one of his pet peeves. Can you show Throttletek setups? Are they set on a desk? They are sitting on, nothing to show you right now, this camera won't show. It's literally, you want to know what my Throttletek's sitting on? It's sitting on the box of my Super Taurus HOTAS FA-18. It's literally sitting on a box. And I just use sticky tabs so it doesn't slide on the box, because I wanted to put it at the approximately right height. There is some, if you want to know how to mount it on like a more dedicated setup, in the Discord, Team Vodka went through an extensive table search to find a proper table to set up his Throttletek. I think it's like a certain IKEA table that fits perfectly. All right, we're on profile. We're on the descent. You've been briefed. I've been briefed. Oh, I want to show you guys. Check this out. So, temps and times data. Can you read those numbers, or do I have to make them bigger? We're going to look at that on the ground. Those are my real-world data informations from my engines. Denver International Airport. DIA does not make sense, Steven. Sorry. It should be Den International Airport. Den IA, maybe. Payne Golan, good afternoon. Good to see you, man. I am thinking about buying them. Not sure how you place them. In your Discord, AVOG, yeah, it's go to the hardware section and then just kind of do like a word search for table or mounting, or just ping Team Vodka and he'll probably let you know. Key 6 in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you. That was a brief. Dude, one thing that I can't understand, I think NASA did a study about briefing approaches, and I think your attention span was like, after like 7.5 seconds, you've lost like 50% of your attention that you're listening to the other person talk. So that's why you only hit the important details. Like, luckily, most guys I fly with now don't brief the old, or like the improper way, but man, some guys, especially like new pilots, are like, okay, let's brief the ILS or localizer runway 12 right into San Jose. The ATIS is 2695. The approach frequency will be 120.1. The tower is 124.0. It has a CTAF if it's closed. Ground control will be on 121.7. Our localizer is ISLV. We'll tune that via 110.9. Our final approach, 126 degrees. Sunny is our final approach fix, 1,800 feet, which is 1,754 feet above the ground. The ILS decision altitude is 251 feet. The airport elevation from the airport elevation point is 62 feet, a difference of slightly 20 feet from the touchdown zone elevation for 12 right at 46 feet. Missed approach, climb to 500 feet, then climb to 4,000 on the San Jose VOR radial 1212 Gilrow intersection / distance 26.7. I'm done. Lost me at ILS. What's the next route? The next route is San Jose to Phoenix Sky Harbor, which is going to be juice. We'll run the time forward an hour, so it'll be, or a couple hours, so it'll be sunset. But we want to watch real time here. We're going to do real time turnaround, and then we'll blast off, and then we'll fast forward the time once we blast off. We will record the landing. We won't watch the replay. We'll just record the landing with flight recorder. We're going to do a real time turn. I'm not even going to put up the Be Right Back screen. I might hit the head real quick, but I want to track our cooling times. We're going to track them exactly how I tracked them in real life, and we'll see what happens here. Should be a pretty good day. Well, it is raining. That might affect it a little bit. But the way you are demoing is what Mentor Pilot actually advocates for. he has to make sure something to make sure nothing is bad. Yeah, well, I guess I should rephrase that, Jeremy. That is the European way to brief an approach blade, I guess. I don't know. That's not how we brief. And in fact, in two of my airline interviews, I was asked to brief an approach blade. And later on, when I ended up, getting onto the airlines and talking to people who did interviews, like, yeah, we do the briefing strip to see what kind of background the interviewee has. You know, if they sit there and have to read every single line on the approach plate, it's kind of a red flag that they don't have either proper CRM or they're not comfortable with approach plates, so they haven't been using them in real life a lot. Because I tell you what, if you're flying real world approaches over and over and over again, you know you have to brief them properly, which is there is a briefing strip. You hit the important things. There are certain things on the approach plate that you cannot miss when you brief. But there are certain things that you do not need to brief. Because a brief is a brief summary of the plate. You look over the entire approach plate silently, and then you brief the plate. There is a way to brief the charts for the authorities and the real one. Exactly, Gustavo. Yeah, the real one. Got any questions? Visual approach 1-2 right. Nope, no questions. Cool. Consider yourself briefed. That's the real way. Here's 10,000 feet. We're going through 10. Lights are coming on. Oh yeah, there they come. Look at that. Look at this descent. We're going to hit the anti-ice on here real quick. Mentor does it like that because he doesn't want to get flack from EAS and employer. True, Gustavo. And that's a fair point, Jeremy. If I was publishing company procedure on the interwebs, I would make sure every single T and every single I was dotted and crossed, because that is a slippery slope. Obviously, I'm sure Mentor Pilot has a team of people that overlook and review videos and make sure absolutely nothing is missed, because you're right. It's not just viewers watching videos. It's going to be everybody. All right, here we go into the IMC. It's a little bit, what's the temp? 8, yeah, we're close, but we'll throw them on. 9.8 on the descent. We are looking good. We are looking good. Fly Live is masked up. Really? I'm so tired of resetting Fly Live. This looks like a little bit of an unusually scary looking cloud here. At least we're at 9,600. This makes me want to drop my trip tomorrow and just fly more Block 2. I know, I'm sure y'all are getting tired of Block 2 flying on streams, but there's something about Block 2 that I don't know. It's the same thing as, I don't want to say it's the same thing, it's the same airplane as Block 1, but I'm just having so much more fun with it. I don't know if it's the combination of the performance, the sounds, it's just everywhere I look on this airplane, it just seems like there's excellence. I mean, look at the window frame. This window frame is straight out of real life. Everywhere you look on this airplane is excellence, and it's so much fun. All right, there's our speed out, 9,000 on the restriction. Our fuel tank, we're 4.6 on the gas. Hey, we're a little bit tight. Landing with 4.4. Must have had wrong side sim doing our dispatch procedures today. I'd be getting a little nervous. We're landing 4.4 in the CEO. Be like, hey, I really don't want to go around if we got to. We still can. We've got enough fuel. We're landing with 4,000, but I start seeing 4.4 there, our estimated fuel with doing an ILS. It's a little sus. But the true question is, do you send voice messages to your wife with Bob Ross briefing voice? No, I do not. I do not. Engine startup sounds down the back are so real, it makes me feel like I'm about to go high. I know, Vega. I'm right there with you, man. Wow, look at this. Look at these almost trying to have vertical development, but not quite. And oh my gosh, this is it, chat. This is what I remember as a kid. Like, this approach. Coming into San Jose, over the mountains. There's something about this part of California with the trees and like the bare spots and just... This just hits me in the feels, man. Seeing the America West little blue out there. How long did it take for your Throttletek to arrive? Quite a while, Avia G. So obviously I partnered with Throttletek. It took a while, and I know there's a backlog. Remember, it's pretty much, there's one or two folks working on them at a time. They're built as they're ordered, so it does take months to receive them. We're still waiting on a 7.6 throttle coming to the channel here, hopefully this year. That's because NorCal, best Cal. Better than SoCal, that's for sure. Although I say that. No, I don't really say that. San Diego used to be cool. Actually, NorCal, California in general is pretty much...
Cabin crew must now...
It's pretty much dead compared to what it used to be. Hello.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you, Miss McTavish. All right, ready to go. Reset that. They're seated and stowed. We're 6.8 for 4. We're basically doing an extended downwind here. Do I need to turn? I think I need to turn the cabin lights off. They're off. Seemed like they were on. Are they stuck on? Okay, now they're off. I think they were stuck on. I am running frame gen. Oh, you're not talking to me. Yeah. The only thing keeping me from flying the Phoenix more often is my system got a big performance hit still. John, do you run frame gen? Can you run frame gen? I'm telling you, frame generation, and I got to give a shout out to Cat Cannon on this one. I mean, I wouldn't have known what frame gen was until I was watching one of his streams, and he posted about it. And then I saw his performance that he had, and people. Then I started looking into it, looking around, and anytime you hear, "Oh, this is the holy grail of flight simulation," I always, okay, really? How many times have you heard that before? And then I saw so many reviews of people having these astronomical performance increases. I said, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. And I will 100% tell you, it has doubled my frames in almost every situation. Literally doubled, if not sometimes tripling them. Like, compare it with dynamic LOD, my sim experience has greatly increased. I mean, it's every now and then, you have artifacting, or sometimes you see on the takeoff roll with frame gen, I get a flicker over here in the window. Look, if that's the cost of taking off at 55 FPS out of Las Vegas, fly Tampa, so be it. I will live with it, because the alternative is no flickering and taking off into low 20s. So give me the 55 FPS, fly Tampa, Vegas in the Phoenix with a little flicker over here. All right, 4.2, we're levering 4,000 feet. That's going to put us on an extended downwind here. We are in the rain. What's the temp? Up plus 12. We don't need the engine anti-ice. We'll go ahead and turn that off. San Jose traffic, Cactus 357. We're on a right downwind for runway 12 right, San Jose. All right, we're speed out. Let's go ahead and select heading 310. We're speed out heading. I'm going to go ahead and select speed as well. We'll maintain 240. We'll come to the box. We are in selected speed. We'll activate, confirm the approach phase. We'll take a direct off of Sunny's at 1800. We'll do Sunny 306. Insert that. Select heading again. All right. Speed out heading. We've got an extended line. Let's descend and maintain 2,500. Thrust throttle open descent down to 2,500. Here we go. What does the auto FPS? I don't know auto FPS. That's something I haven't looked into. I think it's like a tweak off of dynamic LOD. I'm not too familiar with it, but for me, the dynamic LOD is all I need. I mean, because that reduced the stutters on the ground, because the number one performance enhancing slider in your Microsoft settings is your LOD. So when I'm on the ground, I don't need it at 200, because you can't even see past, I don't know, a couple hundred meters, right? So I run it down to 100, sometimes like 80 if I'm in Kennedy. I'll run dynamic LOD to be 80 on the ground. And then once I'm airborne 500 feet, it'll shoot up to 150, and then out of 1,000, you can run it up to 250, or you can stagger it however you want. That's the only thing I use. Does Microsoft benefit a lot from VRAM on AMD? I am not familiar with anything AMD, so I don't want to speak to it. But what I will say, Nabil, is VRAM and frame gen go hand in hand. If you don't have a lot of VRAM, you might struggle with frame generation on the mod. Now, as far as 40 series cards, that's a different ballpark. Key 6, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. V1 lunch at the terminal, Chick-fil-A on me. Key 6, my man. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you for that $5 super chat. I will pick up a, well, I can't do the spicy chicken because I'm flying tomorrow. I'll just do a regular number 1, please. With an unsweet tea and a honey roasted barbecue sauce. VFE next, -10, flaps 1. Andrezi, I have mine at medium. All right, let's make the turn here, see if we can intercept. Cactus 357, turn right, heading 090, maintain 2,500, tell established, cleared ILS 12 right approach. 090 on the heading, 2,500, tell established, cleared ILS 12 right approach, rear wings. We're not spiritual wings. What are we today? Cactus 357. All right, autopilot 1 and 2. Glide slope blue, low blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2, coming back to 180 here. This is a tight turn, 180 on the speed. I don't know if we can make it. That was a bad vector, but I'm not an air traffic controller. Might overshoot the localizer a little bit. VFE next, -10. Flaps 2. I told myself I wouldn't get a burrito this week, but I really want a burrito now. That was actually a pretty good vector. Look at that. I'm basically an air traffic controller. Oh, my camera keeps getting blown off. Sorry, guys. It's from my chair. The armrest on my chair keeps hitting the camera. All right. Lokestar, glide slope blue, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2, 180 flaps 2. We are in a prime position. San Jose traffic, Cactus 357 on final 12 right, 6 miles. San Jose traffic. Actually closer to 10 miles, but whatever. All right, we're on approach. +11, we're above that. It's only going to get warmer as we go down, so we're looking good, chat. We are looking good. I'll start the recording just as we intercept the glide slope. Should we auto land it? Nah. All right, here comes the glide slope. Going altitude is 4,000. We got a 12 knot quartering tailwind. That's not very good. Hopefully that goes away. All right, glide slope star. Go around altitude. Set 4,000. Bleh. Should we test it out? Let's test it out. Why not? We'll auto land it. I'll wait till sunny inbound then. To start the recording.
San Jose traffic, Cactus 14 on final ILS 12 right, 7.5 miles.
2,000.
Correction, 15 miles for Cactus 714.
Whoa, whoa, what's with the speed there? You're down. Wind shift. Alright. Recording is on. Geez, we need a little bit of speed brake here. We had a wind shift got us pretty good. That's alright, we'll be stable. We were already at flaps 2, so that's the key. Look at that. We're going to be stable by a long time. We got plenty of time. Flaps full. Oh, that flapperage looks so good. That's why you be at flaps 2, 180. Approach lights continue. All right, we're doing an auto land, so let's let our auto land. We're going to need low brakes then. Low brakes selected. 1,000 feet, stable, clear to land. Approach lights, continue. 12 knots on the nose now. That's good.
500.
Runway. Landing. Land green. Look at that breakout. And that is why Microsoft's environmentals are king.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Retard. 5.
Spoilers. Reverse screen. Decel. Manual brakes. 70 knots. 60 knots, I have control. Stow 'em. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Jose. Plus 15? Well, it might have been bugged because it's locked. FlyLive is clearly drunk. We might have to look into a new landing rate plug-in with the Phoenix because for some reason they don't play well together. San Jose traffic, Cactus 357, clearing 12 right, crossing 12 left, taxi to the terminal, San Jose traffic. Alright, let's keep it rolling here. Clear left, we'll keep it rolling, don't reconfigure. That was awesome though. I mean, how sweet was that autoland setup? Pretty much on centerline too, definitely within limits. I have no issues with that. There'd be no write-ups if that was an autoland test. We'll take the inner as we cross. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and stop here and let's do a GSX situation. So let's clean her up. This is the best part. I love seeing this. Cactus 357, hold position. We'll call you back. Hold in position, Cactus 357. I'm going to save this replay as SJC Auto Land. We'll watch that at the conclusion of the stream. Replay has been saved and closed.
We ask.
They're going to do their thing. We never turned our lights on, rip. Oh well. Let's get the strobe off. Let's prime the APU. Let's select a gate, and then we'll select a gate from GSX, see if we can get a legit parking turnaround situation here. We want to go ground charts, parking gates, terminal alpha. We want to be over here somewhere. 10, 11, 12. Is there anything in that realm? Let's call up GSX. Gate number 11. That works. No follow me required. Swissport. Oops. Pulled up my window shade. Alright. Let's roll. Gosh, look at this San Jose terminal. We'll do a little super annoying wiper mode. Alright, that's about as enough as I can withstand. Let's go ahead and spin the Yahoo. I remember when they were building this new terminal, making this look all new. I thought it was supposed to be like, it's supposed to look like a wing or something, right? Got a Southwest right there on the gate. Hopefully it's not a Max. We'll go down there to that American. I got up early to do a Phoenix flight before work. I might have to close the night out with 1-2. Fubar, I think you need to, man. I think you have to. I'm having way too much fun. Taxing at more than 3 knots because you're paying yourself adequately, I see. Why don't you get FS Realistic? Because I don't feel that FS Realistic is very realistic, especially with airliners. Now, if you fly primarily GA, I think you can absolutely have some fun with FS Realistic. I enjoy it. The problem with airliners is it's not very realistic. You don't bounce around. The dash doesn't move. Your head's not wobbling around. I don't like that look. It looks unnatural to me. Combine that with the fact that there have been reports and have been confirmed linked bugs between FS Realistic, like not modifying the flight model, but interfering with how the airplane is supposed to be flying. And ever since I saw that, I was like, yeah, I don't need it anymore. And I was using it just for props, but then I just uninstalled the whole thing. All right, where's gate 11? It's gonna be down here, right? I think it's gonna be over here. I see the Swissport stairs. No, I know you can tune it, and I had tuned it. I even made some A320 profiles on FS Realistic before, but I just, I don't know. It's just not my cup of tea, honestly. Now, this should be gate 11, right? Where's my marshaller? Is my marshaller inside the building? Well, folks, welcome to San Jose here. We're just a couple minutes early. We're just short of our gate. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened. We're just waiting on marshals to come out and park us. Thank you for your patience. Getting the realism mode. Where is he? Is he in the building? Oh, no. There she is. Oh, it's a female marshaller. Hey. Rip. This is going to be interesting, chat. I don't know how we're going to pull this off. I'm going to just park it manually, and then we'll check from the other view. I don't need her to tell me how to get straight on the line here. I'm going to do it myself. Uh-oh. Hold on. Wait. Oh no, I can't get back over there. Wait a second. How do I move my... Okay. A little more. How's that? Brakes are set. Engine 2. Seatbelt sign. Engine 1.
Cabin crew
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Jose. Parked a bit too far and to the right. Well, maybe you should not be inside the terminal building. How's that? Beacon lights coming off. We're going to deplane. All right, we got to watch our temps. Start the chrono. We're writing these down. So they're going to cool down, and then they should go back up. So here we go. This is part of science. I'm getting my marker ready. 0, 15, 30. All right, they're coming back up. Where are they going to stabilize? Are they just going to stabilize around 330? We've got the chrono going. So I think there's, what was the peak? Like, I didn't see it. It probably was close to, what were they at shutdown? Anybody remember?
Passengers boarding.
I'm just going to say 335 because I'm going to put an asterisk by it because I wasn't paying attention when we shut them down. But we're going to check back every 15 and 30 minutes here as we do the deplane. Why do they come back up? Because that's thermal, the way thermodynamics works. So they're super hot when they're running, right? And then you shut them down, they instantly cool, but then as they sit there and there's no air flowing through the engine, that temperature sensor is going to continue to heat back up just a little bit, so it'll re-peak, and then it'll start its cool down, complete cool down. So, all right, company message. Let's go ahead and do this. We are doing a real-world turnaround here, so let's do AOC received. Arrival message. Excellent. Cool. Ground power is available. We'll go ahead and spool down the APU. It's dark in here. Let's turn up the dome light. Let's turn this puppy up. 4:30 at cutoff. Thank you, Gustavo. 4:30 at cutoff. That's all I need. I'm going to write that down. Close enough. Hear the APU spooling down. Juicy. All right. We've got science. We'll go ahead and turn that off. We've got our science going. We're deplaning. And I'm going to refile us. And I'm going to hit the head as well because we got to do a turnaround here. So where do you guys want to sit? Where's a good spot to put y'all? Kind of outside view. I guess outside view is good. Can we go inside the terminal? Oh, we sure can. Let's go back to this view. Let's put that there. That was definitely true to real life marshaller, doing all the work from the line stack. All right, I'm going to refile this. We'll get some turn music on as well. The less damp view, yeah, we're in the building now, looking out. Alright, new flight. Are we on Aveo? We sure are, Payne. We sure are. I need to reset fly live as well. So here's what we need to do. We need to basically reset fly live as our final approach checklist. So as we're coming through, getting ready at flaps 2 180, and we're already in landing cam, what we need to do is then you need to remind me to reset fly live so it's working properly as we touch down. I think that's why we're getting some funky numbers, because it's like the speeds are stuck, and that may be into account. I don't know. They take it into account. So we need to make sure we put that in our before landing checks. All right, Fenix IAEs. San Jose Phoenix, Tucson the alternate. Blasting off Tiki 4 or the Techie 4, Hydra 1. I like it. We're planned out for 1820, which is 30 minutes from now. 30-minute turn. Let's do it. We'll generate the flight. I'll reset fly live. And I'm going to hit the head, and then we got to get this bird turned around. San Jose Phoenix Cactus 357, that is up. That should be coming back right there. That's the way thermodynamics work. Nah, I'm just saying, man. Look, that's what Amir said. So I'll be completely honest with you. I never noticed the temps climbing after shutdown until I watched the Phoenix video. And then I started paying attention, and sure enough, it works. So, no, I am not the smart one. I'm running to the in and out at the southwest corner. AJ, grab me an animal style fry. Animal style fry. All right, filing on Iveo. This song's kind of a vibe. This is very San Jose-y. All right, we are filed, and we are deplaning. What does this even say? What's that say? I don't want that. don't want to configure in-flight entertainment. I'll just leave it back. That's literally a type of fry, animal style. Yeah, Fubar, you've never had animal style fries at the oh, dude, you're missing out. If you haven't had animal style fries at In-N-Out, you're missing out, man. All right, chat, give me 2 minutes. Make your runs. Grab some food. Grab some coffee. Actually, let's be realistic here. Hold on. Let's be realistic. Hey, man, I'm gonna run up, grab something up top. You want anything? Nothing. All right, cool. You sure? It's on me. All right, I'll get you a coffee. Good day, sir. Oh, I don't know why I'm 3 feet tall. There we go. Would you like anything? I'm going up top. Nope, you're good. All right, see y'all later. All right, that's realism mode. I'll be right back. All right. We back. We done deplaning? Not quite. Whoa. Oh yeah, we got to do a cabin tour. What's our time on the engines? We're at 11 minutes. almost there. 177, 176. Okay, 4 more minutes. We'll check it out. I'm going to leave that on for right now. What we can do is, well, not quite. We got to wait for the boarding to complete. Almost done. I kind of like this sitting right here view. In between flights, past the salsa. What were those overhead switches? Those are the FADEC power switches, so you can power the FADEC on the ground. So we can check the temps. Check the temps. Now it is raining and the OAT is much less than I think I have recorded documentation, but should still be ballpark. Gotta warm up the factor. Gotta warm up a factor for lunch. Ooh. Oh, what factor? Oh, yeah, I know what those are. Those like pre-made meal things. Oh, we actually said have a wonderful flight. Thank you. All right, are we done? I think we're done. Commence deboarding. We're just letting GSX do it. I'm not even gonna touch it till we're done. 135 of 161. I'm just gonna hit. Can I just hit dismiss? Yeah, it's still deplaning. Alright. I still want to fly this aircraft. My laptop isn't good enough to run Microsoft. Yeah, laptop's gonna be hard, man. Are our wing lights on? They sure are. I was wondering where that light was coming from. On the door there. 144, 161. Finish my coffee. Disable the EFB, it's annoying you. The other ones? Gustavo, I'm paying for the coffee today because the FO's got to go out in the rain. Because I'm going to delegate all those post-flight walk-around duties to the FO today. All this talk of tacos, burritos, in and out. I should go grab a salad or something for lunch. I'm getting a poke bowl. Just talked to the wife. I'm getting a poke bowl. Now, I put my trip on the trade board. No one's picked it up yet. It's unfortunate. I really don't want to do it tomorrow. Rip. I got 4 legs tomorrow. Eesh, there's a long day. Let me see if I'm flying any IAEs. Nope. 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 0 for 4. No IAEs tomorrow. Rip. Shaq still here? Headed over to Charlotte. Charlotte stuff tomorrow. Max duty day. Ooh. What do we think of the citation previews? I love them, man. Cannot wait. Alright, deboarding completed. That citation 10 looked epic in those screenshots. Alright. Oh, it's probably been close to 15 minutes. It's been 15 minutes. We are 175 and 174. We shut them down at the same time. 175, 174. At 15 minutes. All right. Writing down the info. Just because you don't have to do those 4 legs in a Boeing. Ain't that the truth, man? All right, GSX. I'm going to reload sim brief. That's us. 357 to Phoenix. There we go. And now, will this mess up if you do it like consecutive flights? So let's come back here. My flight completed. Import next flight. San Jose, Phoenix. Weight and balance. That's all updated. Load aircraft. GSX. Not touching. All right, we can start plugging away at the box. San Jose to Sky Harbor. We're going to be departing on the Techie 4 RNAV. Pretty easy off 1-2. Straight out. Tiki 4. Going into Sky Harbor, we're going to be on the Hydra.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Hydra 1. Star U. And we might need to turn this brightness down in this EFB.
Truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Fuel truck is here. Oh, we never did our shutdown flow. Would have helped. Shutdown flow. New load sheet. That's us. Do a knit request. Somebody said there was a takeoff weight max. There's no max zero fuel weight. Those are CGs 28.2. There's no zero fuel weight though. That's right. Our flight plan's in the box. Cactus 357. I need some Fokker boarding music right now. I'm gonna do 99. What did we file? Where's my flight plan? Cruise altitude 370. Ground temp 13. In the rain. IRS init, we're aligned. Data, position monitor. All good. We don't even need to do a quick align. We're looking good there. Aircraft's going to start the refueling. He's already pumping gas. We do need some Fokker ops, Kyle, with force feedback. Man, this song is putting me to sleep. It's not a bad song, but let's get some old school, some beats. What? Right tank pump, fuel level, low level. Well, fueler's here. Clear. Our pumps are off, right? Yeah, pumps are off. Oh, center tank pumps. They're off. Everything's off. Alright, he's fueling. Pumps are off. Gonna be my leg again. Let's finish loading it up here. It's been a very long time since we fucked around on stream. You're absolutely right. Departure 1-2 left. Techie 4. Out to Valerie. Oh, I need to disconnect and reconnect. Techie 4 J free. Insert. Out to Blythe. We're going to join up here. Arrival. What kind of winds we got in the old Sky Harbor? Arrival. Phoenix right now 140 at 4. So what do we land on? 140. It'd be 60 degrees, or if we come the other way, it's pretty much crosswind either way, right? I tell you what, let's land. We'll just go. We'll do the downwind. We'll land on runway 8. Yeah. ILS 8 on the Hydra. Hydra 1, Blythe transition. Insert U. That looks good. Secondary. Initialize. We got to do this again. SJC, SJC. Tell you what, the weather was kind of sus coming in here on the first one. We'll just set it up for the same thing. ILS, oh actually it was 1-2 right we did. Arrival, ILS 1-2 right, San Jose, secondary perf. We'll run it as a radio min of 200. Winds, we're not calm, but we'll zero them out. 1-3 and
Boarding requested. Passengers boarding.
3015. Boarding is started. Excellent. That's our secondary prog page. We'll put San Jose in here. And a NIT B, we'll leave it like so. Has fueling stopped? No, we are still taking gas.
You are
17.8.
seated in an emergency exit row or a front row bulkhead seat. All of your items.
We're still taking gas. Zero fuel weight is page 1 of the load sheet. That is the takeoff weight, Adam. Load sheet, page 1. Prelim. Zero fuel weight. I told you it was on page 1, Adam. Come on, man. Let's see if this jacks with things. 121.3 and 30.0. So this is what we do in real life. Ha. Fuel plan. This is real life right here. It's next level. All right. Review reserve. I don't know why. Why does it default to 5%? No. Clear? I don't want you. Go away. Route reserve. I don't want you. Alternate time. Do we even have an alternate? Tucson. So our alternate gas hold on, I gotta open up a download a PFD or PDF. Alternate gas to Tucson 2.3. I have 3 kids, so let's call that 2.6. 4.8, 222 extra. That looks good. Final, I want a little more than that. Let's make it even 3.0. 5.6, 9.7 extra. Plenty of extra gas on 23.8. We don't need that. We're going to wait for our actual block numbers. So 23.8. Wait, why was that 23.8? Now let me try fuel planning like this. Okay, here we go. So this, with no time, the numbers I want, we need 14.1, which is definitely not. We're getting sus numbers from our PDF. Ramp fuel, we need 13.1 according to SimBrief. The box is telling me we need 14.1. But that's also because I modified the fuel. So if I clear that out, and I put in what we have on board, 13.1, gives us -1 extra. But why do you want to give me -5 on the time? If I go by the SimBrief, 2.3, 1 minute extra. 1 minute extra according to SimBrief. So we obviously don't have a whole lot of gas. But that's fine. 13.1 is on board. Let's go ahead and turn the pumps on. Seatbelt sign back on. Everyone can take their seats. Boom. And we are just waiting. Clear that out. Everything else looks good. So I accepted that, right? How's our time? 25 minutes. 25 mins. I never reset these, turn those off. Flight director's coming back on. Top altitude, we're going all the way up. 370, 37 is set. Transponder, I never did. Now see, this is why it's important to have an FO, do our after landing flows here. There we go. 1 minute extra. I'm not sure if SimBrief loads extra fuel at all. I don't think it does either. Gustavo, there shouldn't be a headwind. We're going east, and I tailwind, so shouldn't be. I think the box is just running it super lean, or SimBrief is running super lean numbers. Now we got our own boarding music now, I think, right? Let's see. Yep, we got our own boarding music. He's loading bags. Why do you need to cycle the flight directors after every landing? You do it to reset all the
Ladies and gentlemen,
MCP
welcome
data.
on board our flight. Please place your large bag
So actually, you shut everything off. So you turn as you clear after your after landing flow, LS and flight director push buttons come off. That way, when you get reset for the next flight, everything you got a fresh MCP up top. The box can or the you can confuse some of the modes too if you don't do it. Theoretically, with the new software, it won't matter, but it's just part of the procedure. If SB is taking account of TW, it makes sense to have 1 minute extra or even negative. Oh, if it's taking account a tailwind, possibly, Gustavo, possibly, yeah. I know, we got to download some announcement packs. Do you like the feel or Tolus of Phoenix better? They're pretty much the same at this point now. I got to get back in the Tolus, but I think they're pretty much the same. FCU Airbus pilot. What's up, Flame? Do you run a separate program for the Fenix and Mini FCU to work in harmony? No. I just have my Mini FCU plugged in with Quartz, and it works, but it doesn't give me the digits because I didn't read the manual on how to actually download 422 different software plugins to program to make it work natively. So I just leave it with, my Mini FCU just has black screens with the speed, heading, altitude, level change on there, but the knobs work. But when Phoenix gets native support, it will all work natively, like it does with the fly-by-wire. Are there any available yet? I believe, yeah, Crow, there's a whole Discord, like someone mentioned, that's got sound packs. Fragtalities. Look, I tried Fractality. I went and downloaded the thing, and like I tried to install. Like the first step, I kept getting a bug that was not even a bug. I kept getting a pop-up that was not mentioned anywhere. So I was lost. I was lost in the land of the unknown. Some masquerade. All right, how are we looking on time? 28 minutes. Let's power them up and record some temps. Oh, they're already powered up. I left them on. 171 and 170. We shut them down at the exact same time, so it makes sense that they're pretty much equal. Nil wind. Temperature is 15 C outside. And it was raining, so 15 C with rain. All right, our 30-minute recording. 171, 170. Close enough. Particularly lackadaisical passengers today. Yes, indeed. Looks like they're pooling the bags. Reset this. All right. We are, yes, 122.8. Excellent. Livery though is just so good. All right, we got our fuel on board. Let's fire up the EPU. Now the question is, will the wife deliver the poke bowl before or after takeoff? How many failures? How many likes for random failure on takeoff? Hey, we already have the failures up to maximum, so we're gonna let it roll, man. We're gonna let it roll. A pre-merger cactus, huh? Once flight plane drops Phoenix, VAAL members might start seeing these sites. You don't like Piedmont, or you don't like the BM World Phoenix? I think it's a great intermediate scenery, man. Like, honestly, I don't have any issues with it. I'm sure now that I say that, you'll say something that I haven't noticed, and then I'll just not like it anymore. But I like the BM World Phoenix we got at Sky Harbor. Maybe it's because I'm partial to that airport. But yes, I would love to see that. VAAL members might start seeing pre-merger cacti. I love it, man. This livery, and this even has a nice little interior too, with the logo and even the old seats. Piedmont, you probably remember these seats. Look at that seat.
Cabin crew, boarding is now complete.
I mean, I can smell this seat here. They're like cloth and just full of nasties. All right, our APU is up and running. Oh, I don't want to reset. We're at 31 minutes. Oh no, we're at 31. I got to keep it going. I got reset it accidentally, so we're at 31 minutes. I wrote it down. All right, while we wait, looks like boarding is completed, but we're only 30 minutes in. Let's go over some of our current temps here. I'm gonna post this up. Check this stuff out, y'all. So, here's some. Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I can't read that. All right, so if we look at the images here, so these are some real-world temps that I recorded in between flights with the V2500. Now, looking at the one at the top left, you can see I've got all the data. If there's an X, it just means I forgot to record it. So at 15 minutes, we were at 278, 260. Is that what that says? And I have a hard time seeing it, but you can probably see it better than me. At 30 minutes, what's that, 157, 160? 30 minutes on ours, we were 175 and 174. We're plus minus 20 degrees, pretty close. At, at 30 minutes, 171, 170. Yeah, so plus or minus 20 degrees. At 60 minutes, the temps dropped to 99 and 105. We had a start time of 111, 107, peak EGTs and fuel flows. Let's look at the one at the bottom left. At 30 minutes, the temps were 147 and 130. The one on the top right at 60 minutes, 113 was the cool down time after an hour. So if we're sitting right now in the Phoenix at 169 degrees, I mean, that's pretty much ballpark. We are at 32 minutes right now since shutdown. Now, it was at the outside air temp here is on the ECAM 15C. So you can see that we are definitely in the ballpark zone. I think if we sat here for another 30 minutes, we'd probably get down to that close to 100 degree mark. You can see by looking at the data at 60 minutes, everything was pretty close to double digits, right around 100 degrees, 99, 92. So that's what we were looking at for this update to see how rapidly the engines will cool down. Because I think before, after 30 minutes, on the original version of Block 2, the EGTs were still up over 250. And you can see here that's clearly not what was happening in real life. At 30 minutes, they should be mid-100s. And like between 150 and 160 is pretty much where they are at 30 minutes post-shutdown. Now, you can't see the environmentals. If I look at mine here, I did one at 120 at 24 OAT. So that top left one was taken at 24 outside air temp. The one on the bottom was taken at an outside air temp of 20 degrees. I think I have one that's not uploaded. I have one at 30 minutes. This is an interesting one here. Do I not have this one uploaded? Let me see. Sometimes they're behind each other. Are those the same? No, those aren't the same. So let's get this one off the screen. That's 147. Look at this one here. I gotta hide some of these images. Hold on, I have too many. There's not really a great way to do this. That's the one I want. Okay, so looking at this one. This one's got some good data. This was taken, look at the difference. So at 30 minutes, we're at 200 and 197 at an outside air temperature of 10. That just shows you the variation that you're gonna get between engines. You know, every engine's a little bit different now. There could be a little bit of a wind factor. I thought I did a pretty good job at recording these where the wind was pretty much not applicable, you know, just light winds at 5 knots or so. But that's pretty much spot on. So now the next thing will be taking a look at our start time. Now where I can see where it's going to differ, we're still above on the Fenix at 168. I think we need to get below 150 to have like a normal-esque start time. We'll see what it motors at, and we'll keep track of the start time. Right now, our minutes since shutdown, we're sitting at 35 minutes. So really at 10 minutes would be 45 degrees. Or I'm sorry, at 10 minutes on this clock, we'll be at 45 minutes since shutdown. And that's kind of what we strive for. I know Southwest prides themselves in the 30-minute turnaround. Generally, a 45-minute turn is doable. You just, especially on a 320, as long as everybody's there and ready to go. And, more often than not, it's going to be closer to an hour before you actually start the engine again, because boarding can be completed in 30 minutes, but then you got your checklist, pushback, ramp can hold you. Okay, now clear to start. So there's some fudge time in there. But we'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to bring this one back up because this seems like it's going to be closest to what we got. This one was done with OAT at 14, and there was rain. If you look at the bottom image. And at startup, a minute 15 for start time. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But I just thought that was kind of cool to have more track in that. So I will turn on the APU bleed, disconnect from that, and I'm going to depower the FADEC right now, because we're going to put it in normal mode, and then we'll check it at engine start. So we are done boarding, though, so everything is done. Dismiss that. Ground services, weight and balance. I want to send the actual numbers to the McDo. There we go. It uploaded them properly. Excellent. Let's go over here to our perf data. 1-2 left. It's actually going to be a wet surface. Force Toga, yes. Anti-ice off. Packs on. Sync final. Sync live. Calculate. Do brakes or engines cool down faster? Definitely engines, Captain Will. Definitely the engines. All right, 1-2 left. Now, if we got a Toga flap 2, so 27-30-30. Send to McDo. 127-30-30 flaps 2, down 0.1. Excellent. Let's go ahead and kill the dome light. Y'all been briefed. I've been briefed. Let's run through an abbreviated flow. That's on and auto. Everything looks good up there. And we have one more company message. Let's accept the final load sheet. Done. All right, we are ready to go. Beacon's coming on before start check. Windows door and slides closed, not armed. Beacon on, thrust levers idle, parking brake is on. Before start checklist is complete. No, I don't want to interrupt pushback. Do your thing. Oh, look at that classic American A300 sitting next to us.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Would engine wear have anything to do with it? Possibly, Pilot Mitchell. Possibly. Maybe the viscosity of the, well, I don't see the, that wouldn't have the fluid, maybe the oil running through. But it just goes to show you that no two engines are the same.
Departure checks completed.
There is a lot of variation, even in the real thing. San Jose traffic, Cactus 357, we're going to be pushing back off of stand 1-1, going to 1-2 left. Look at me saying stand like a European. Is there any benefit with packs off if flap config are the same? No. The only benefit to packs off is if you pop one. You have more performance. That's the only benefit to packs off takeoff. And I guess efficient fuel. You probably save more fuel with packs off. I don't know. Gustavo, do you save more fuel with packs off? We only do packs off when it's a performance issue. Is my APU bleed not on? I don't think it is. No, it is. It just seems quiet. Bleed noise seems pretty quiet back here. We need to go nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, cockpit to ground, reset you yet again.
Release Release parking brakes, please.
Brakes release. More fuel for packs on, packs off gives you 3 to 5 C of EGT margin. There you go. Rudder pedal sensitivities. Mikhail, they are at minus 30. Minus 30. All right, we are just about at 10 minutes plus 31, so we're at 41 minutes. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to go all the way till our pushback is complete, and then I'll set the brake and we'll start engines. Can you recommend me lower settings, please? Bertan, start with your LOD. Turn your LOD down to like 80, and that should save you the most frames. You don't save fuel. FADEC increases N1 and packs off. That's what I noticed. That's kind of, well, that makes sense too. But if packs are on, I think it's negligible, honestly. I think it'd be more about EGT, right? Be more about EGT margins than fuel. Where are we going? GSX? Where are you going? Whoa. Where are you going there?
Please set parking brakes.
And that's why you download profiles. Brake set.
Unlocking gear.
All right, let's fire it up and let's give it a test. So, ignition mode to ignition start. We are at 45 minutes, temperature of 166. Let's go ahead and starting one. We're going to monitor this one. So I got the clock over here. We're turning one. See the EGT rising instantly? That's true to real life because it's going to rise initially, then it should cool down, and then it should go back up, right? Something like that. Because you just put all the hot air over the EGT probe.
Tow truck disconnected.
And now it's motoring, so now it's going to come back down.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
San Jose traffic,
There's
American
30
Transport
seconds,
pushing back from
180.
13, facing the northwest. American traffic. San Jose traffic.
There's our pin. Get ready to stop the chrono. She's waving it. There's bus transfer. We're at 105. Avail. 107. 107 on the start time. So if I look at our... Oh, I don't have it on this cam. I mean, that is right... That's right there. So... Just as before. I had a start time recorded 107, a 111, a 111, a 108, a 107, a 111, a 115, and a 113. Interestingly enough, the longest start time was when the OAT was 14 and we were in rain and we started up. It took a minute 15 and a minute 13. But, I mean, 100%. Engines are 100% accurate. Let's go ahead and start two. Oh.
And put it over your head. Past the
509 on the peak. Let me check here what I had. Let's see. Where's my 15 one? Yeah, peak EGTs. I have 510, 520, 510, 520, 487, a 448. I'm gonna look at. We'll look at our idle values here after start. We'll pull up that data. We'll look at our idle values again. But I mean, bang on. Bang on real. Texting the Uber Eats driver. All right, there's our Avail light. We're up and running. I was probably a little bit late on that, but there we go. All right. Let's go ahead and configure there. We're doing flaps 2 today. All right, let's take a look at some more data here. Sorry that I'm blocking everybody, but gotta block them. Right now, we are sitting at, let me pull up one here. Oh, I gotta move that over. Idle fuel flow, 1050, 1040. We're at 9 and 9. My other idle fuel flow was at 980 and a 10,000. Idle EGT 442, 475. Idle EGT 511, 533. I mean, we are bang on the ballpark. Now, I want to try something real quick. If I give you a little juice, and then come back to idle, what do? Okay, come right back to 900. Okay. I noticed something interesting. Like when I would do that, like it'd go up to like 1080, and then it would just kind of stay at 1080 after a little bit of juice. But I mean, we are bang on that one. What's the other one we have here? This is another one. Look at these numbers. Idle EGTs, 457, 460. Can't really see the bottom of that one. Idle EGT, ballpark, bang on. Last one here, 530. This one was running hot, 531, 512. Idle fuel flow, 1,020 and 960-ish. Is that what that says? I have a hard time seeing those numbers from here, but I mean, you can see we are bang on realism all the way through. All right, let's get out of here before everyone gets mad. We're sitting here. 0.1 down on the trim. That looks good. Brakes released. Taxi light on. That's coming off. That's coming off. Let's go. Brake check. Pressure 0. Crazy flyers. Cool to see this level of detail in the Phoenix. Hey, absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. This airplane is real life. This Phoenix is real life, y'all. Trying to decide which I like more. Boeing double slotted goodness or not being deleted my equipment, man. What's up, Wingnut? Good to see you, man. All right, I'll reset these chrono. We don't need it. Let's do our flow. Full up, full down, a neutral, full left, full right, neutral, radar, full left, full right, neutral. Roll back in my chair a little bit there. Auto brakes max, takeoff config check. That's on, that's auto. TARA. You're on. Whoa! Somebody's got the slew mood on. Need that 319 IEs for long flap? What's long flap? Should have the same flap on the 20 and the 19. Right? 21's a different one. No tactical flip-flops. No, I do have them installed, but my second installment of them were, I guess it wasn't as stable because I got up in between flights there. All right, just waiting on the cabin. We'll do our little thing here. Manual cranking only has to be done in hot temps with short turnarounds. No, you don't even have to do manual cranking on a hot temp short turnaround. In a hot temp short turnaround, it would be a good idea to do a manual engine start. A cranking is after a failed engine start. You're only going to do a manual crank after a failed engine start to ventilate. But doing a hot and high temp turnaround, it is recommended to do a manual.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Like I remember taking a real beat up APU on a 319 out of, I want to say it was Bogota, but for some reason that doesn't sound right. I feel like it was somewhere else in Colombia. I don't think it was Bogota. But another one of those high altitude fields. Maybe it was Medellin, middle of the summer, freaking hot, weak APU. And we just did a manual start. We did manual starts coming out of there. And you can also shed the load on the manual start if you need to, if you don't have enough juice. What was the last sound? That was the cabin calling. They were calling ready. The reason you heard them is because I had the PA knob, or I had the audio out already, so we could hear them when they're talking to each other on the headsets. once she called, I hit the cabin call and I'm ready to go. All right, we got climb now. Everything looks good. Flight directors are on. 3015. Let's do an updated Magic Barrel ref check. That looks good. Burp. There's all kinds of herbs in Colombia, Gustavo. Do you ever do flap movement check like they do on the 7.3 in winter months? A flap movement check. I don't even know what that is, so no. What is a flap movement check? San Jose traffic, Cactus 357 line up on way 12 left. We got our terrain on. A little bit of terrain off the left. Should we do the lineup challenge from wing view? Wing view lineup challenge. Let's see. We were straight. We're just off center line. We'll give him another minute to get going. He just went airborne. Check for ice buildup on the flap track to avoid damage. How do you do that? We just, as long as there is, so if you land in snow, you don't retract the flaps until you get to the gate and verify that there's no flaps, there's no buildup on the flaps, and then you can retract them. So yeah, after landing in the snow contamination, you don't retract the flaps. If we get to 500 likes, I'll do a flaps up flex 99 takeoff. Yeah, with 400 watching, yeah, I'll guarantee. If we had 500 likes, flaps up 99 on the flags. It's when they set flaps to 40 and back to 0 to make sure flaps and slats move freely. Well, wouldn't it be too late then? Wouldn't you have already done damage if that's how you're going to check them? If you're going to check the flaps by running them through their range of motion, why don't you just run it through the range of motion for takeoff and give it a full send? I mean, you already damaged it anyway. Yesterday I did a flap 3 takeoff and the targeted speed was below VLS. Is that normal? How heavy were you and where'd you take off out of? That seems like a 321 problem. That is a 321 problem. All right, let's go. San Jose traffic, Cactus 357 departing runway 12 left, San Jose. All right, let's go. Spool them up, Fiddy. We did it from outside last time. We'll do it from inside now. Yoga. Ooh, yeah. Manflex SRS auto thrust blue. I need to turn my brightness up. Thrust set. 100 knots. Check. V1. Rotate. Man, we were light. Pause and brake. Gear up. Fly with. Oh, that is just sweet. There's the that one stadium, Levi Stadium. That's not Levi, is it? All right, there. Here comes retraction, acceleration. Ooh. We're already above F speed. Flaps 1, speed checks. Flaps 1. Look at that weather environment. Look at that. You cannot tell me X-Plane is more realistic with that weather environment. Look at that. We got rain off our left, low clouds obscuring the mountains. It'd be an air met for Air Met Sierra, or whatever it is. SIGMET, flap 0, have takeoff check. Whatever it is for mountain obscuration. Clean it up. Listen how the sound changes, that wind noise changes when that slat gets sucked in too, just like it does in real life. Gotta love it. Off to Navy. Well, we've had a couple of lame hand flying departures lately. They're just straight out. That's alright though. We can enjoy the juice. GoPro view.
You keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin.
Andre, it's so real, it's insane, man. It is real life, that's what I'm saying.
This includes
This airplane is
in just a few
real
moments,
life.
we will commence our in-flight service, offering
We're also speeding below 10,000 feet, so we need to go ahead and pitch back up to our 250k knots. It's still above 10C right now, so we'll just go ahead and leave the NIS off. We're at plus 12. Alright, there we go. Should be about 10 degrees of pitch, 250 knots. Thrust climb. That's bang on what we're doing. We've got that traffic at 15 miles in front of us, just under 15 miles. There's 7.8. Oh, this is going to be a sweet breakout. One more cloud to punch through. Got to love it. Once we get up into cruise and stuff, we will fast forward the time so we can have a sunset arrival. There's 10K, wing lights are coming off, landing lights, turn off lights, nose light, forward call. You are now free to move about the cabin. Lower that nose, 5 degrees, 7.5 degrees, somewhere in there. She'll accelerate. Turn down the airplane so we don't go deaf. The sim is looking especially environmental today, and Phoenix is now way better than PMDG. I couldn't have said it better, I couldn't have said it better, Wingnut. It sure is, man. I was saying that earlier. The lighting, for some reason, when we took off out of Reno on our first leg, I don't know if it's this livery. There's some extra juice on the livery with the dirt and the flap trap fairings here. Look at that. But it was the best looking wing that I've seen yet. And I think it was a combination of this wing texture and the lighting when we took off out of Reno. Just fantastic. All right, it's getting bright. Let's go ahead and bring down our realism shades. We'll select autopilot 1. Back up into full screen mode. We don't need this CFB. We'll clear this off. Throw up the realistic shades. $13 for 370. Looking good. We'll be free to move about the cabin. The seatbelt sign should be off. True. I was a little overzealous on that one. In-flight entertainment this flight. No, we got a short one. It's not going to be too long headed to Sky Harbor, and hopefully I'll be able to... I might have to break for just a few minutes up in cruise while I have some lunch. We'll see what time the Uber Eats delivery shows up. Is visible moisture plus minus 10 used globally, or is that company or airframe or constraint guideline? Plus 10 minus 10 is a good, it is used in real life. Once you start flying high altitude, it's a little bit more complex than that. But if you turn on your anti-ice at plus 10, minus 10, below, say, 18,000 feet, you're never going to be in the wrong. Once you start climbing out and you start flying jet engines, like I said, we go all the way up to minus 40. And then on the descent, if it's minus 50 or warmer, we turn it on. So it gets a little bit more complex, high altitude. But if you're flying props, plus 10, minus 10, it's all you need to worry about. So like right now, if we were in IMC, well actually, yeah, we would have it on right now too, but because it's plus 6 on the TAT. Excited for summer flying? No, I am not. I was enjoying the no delays, the no crazy weather. Just on that last trip I did, coming out of Florida, there was like one thunderstorm and it shut down Jacksonville Center. And that was, you know, welcome back to summer. 30 minutes or almost an hour on the ground doing 50 miles in trail because there's a single buildup over the center of Florida. So that means I need to start flying northbound. I gotta start heading back up to the donut capital, Minneapolis. I'm gonna start bidding for my Minneapolis trips again. Maybe do some Boston, do some Chicago, but no more of this, no more south. Spring is here. Emmett, exclamation point wing view, watch the video and you will be set up, my man. Do thunderstorms cause more issues than snowstorms? You know what, Captain Will? I'm going to say yes, because I think thunderstorms, they impact a greater range of flights. So like when you have a massive thunderstorm or squall line coming in, everything starts to get jammed up because the arrivals get pinched off, the departures get pinched off, and then you could have them shut the ramp down for lightning. Whereas when you have a snowstorm, it's pretty much isolated to airport ops, right? So like the snowstorm, as long as the visibility is still okay to shoot approaches and get airplanes in, everything slows down on the ground because of the de-icing delays, right? And then you can have backups on the gate. You can't get to your gate. But as far as flying is concerned, it's really not an issue. You know, you're still just doing your normal flying. Departures are fine. Arrivals are fine. So I would definitely lean towards the thunderstorms are more disruptive than snowstorms because they will affect a wider a range of flights or sections of flying. Because just like in my example I was just talking about in Florida, departing out of Fort Myers, I mean, there was no weather around Fort Myers. We were doing in-trail spacing because there was a corner, or there was a section of Jacksonville airspace, of Jacksonville Center's airspace that was blocked off. So now they have to reroute everybody coming into the state of Florida through a certain corridor. Then everyone going out has to go through a certain corridor, even though there is no weather locally at the airport you're taking off from. And that starts to snowball. Wind shear isn't that big of a threat in winter? Not really, AJ. I see more wind shear in the summertime, for sure. Associated with thunderstorms and you know, gusty winds. Definitely see more of that in the winter. And actually, springtime, I think, is the prime for wind shear because you start to get these crazy wind shifts or these crazy fronts that blow in. I remember, what was it, 2 years ago? I've talked about this a couple times. The most crosswind I ever landed in was like 43, 44 knots. There was a week straight in DFW where the winds were sustained above 30. I mean, sustained winds above 30 for a week. So that was a little bit of an oddball, but those fronts still in the spring, you get the real strong cold fronts blast through. They can be disruptive with wind shear. Do you use Phoenix recommended turbulence setting of low? No, I use medium in Actical and I haven't had any issues. I think low is you're just turning it off. I mean, I like medium. Like we're in medium right now. You can see the wing flexing out there a little bit. So I think medium is a very realistic representation of turbulence. So far. Haven't had anything crazy. We're out of 18,000 set STDs for you, me, and the jump seater. 1, 2, and 3. 1013 is set. I'm a little bit concerned on our fuel burn. Well, it says 5.2. All right, whatever you say. Do you have icing settings on? Yes, I do. Pure physics, high temperature equals high energy system. The high energy on the atmosphere allows stronger thunderstorms to brew. Man, Gustavo's on the knowledge juice today, huh? Yeah, I talked about it extensively during the podcast. I use realistic. It seems to be working very good on my end. I was using realistic up until just recently. We changed it because everyone was yelling at me for not using medium or low. I was using realistic with no issue, and then I think there was a I think I turned it to medium for the failure stream. That's where it started. That's where it kicked off. Yeah, because I don't think I had any glaring issues on realistic. On the On the intertropical convergence zone, you can get thunderstorms with tops around 80,000 feet. Oh, for sure, dude. For sure, Gustavo. That is insane. That is insane. I know we see a lot of them up to 60, 600 in like the Panhandle, Central U.S. summertime. Not fun. Being based on the East Coast last summer was much less disruptive for me than being based at a DFW in the center of the U.S. Like, you don't know thunderstorms until you fly through the middle of a dry line in Texas in the summertime. I mean, there are 2 times I was afraid of my life in an airplane. One of them was a dry line in Texas. Now, granted, I was in a Beach 99. Yeah, tops to 80,000 is insane. We've seen, 50 to 60 is fairly common over the Central Plains. Is it me or does anyone else notice an incorrect ground pitch on the Fenix 320? It must be you, Speed Freak. It must be you. What do you mean by that? Like you feel like you're tilted up or tilted down or something? What was the other time? Nasty wind shear at Indianapolis, full Toga thrust on an Embraer, couldn't climb. I don't know how low we got. The rat out was going off. Those were the 2 times I thought it might be it. And I've had an electrical emergency. I did talk about that one on the podcast, the electrical emergency. And that one wasn't, that was more of a tunnel vision issue. Hey, Uber Eats is here. All right, hold on, chat. Let me get my Uber Eats here. I'll be right back. Let me make sure I mute my mic before she says anything inappropriate. All right, we back. I used to prefer the looks of the CFM on the 320, but I'm on Team IAE after Block 2. Hell yeah, welcome to the right side of aviation, my friend. All right, we're going to have to settle everybody in on the jump seat because I'm going to want to eat some lunch. Oh, cockpit door was open. Windows, doors, and slides. Close an arm now. Possible to simulate engine failure with relight. I believe it is, Philippe. I believe it is. Top of the line PFD box is above the white horizon line. On my last flight I saw it's perfectly aligned with the real thing. You know what I mean? Well, now to top line of PFD is above the white horizon line. Well, you could have been on a slope taxiway or runway. You're talking about the attitude indicator on the PFD? I'm gonna have to look at that more closely, but that's gonna vary greatly on this runway that you're a piece of pavement you're sitting on. You had the fish. Miss V1 had to land the plane. I am having the fish. I have a tuna poke bowl. Fake pilot cabin door was open. I know. Don't tell. Never mind. My throttle on the Fenix 320 just randomly goes idle. Anyone have this issue? Check for double binding, as Kiro said. Yeah, that could be a slider axis. But thank you for the $3 super chat, AJ. Appreciate you, man. IAEs look fun. Sadly, none of my local carriers operate them. You're in Europe? What about EasyJet? EasyJet's got no, they have CFMs, don't they? Speedbed? The Speedbeds are full of what am I doing? I'm gonna eat. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna put you guys have control. We got our lunches out. It's time for lunch. I'll wait till we hit cruise though. 32 for 370. How we looking? Now that's the livery. We're gonna have to cruise in the outside view for a while. First and foremost, though, we got to run the time forward. So it's 1957. So let's call it 20Z is our estimated arrival. So we're 1 hour away from arrival time. So if we're 1 hour away from arrival, we're going to run the time forward here. So we want to land at 7. So we're going to set the time to like 6 p.m. Beautiful. Time is set to 6 p.m. so we can enjoy a sunset arrival into Sky Harbor. AJ Funari dropping 10 gifted memberships. AJ Funari, my man, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the support today between super chats and now gifting the the memberships. Oh, I think she's on. Oh, she got a membership too. Again, AJ Funari. I'm just trying to get us in trouble, man. Appreciate the support. Looks like Laura Breezy got another membership. You must be on your phone. Are you on your phone? Did you finally download the YouTube app? Because she's here in chat. I bring food. I support morally. Luck of the draw. She is pretty lucky. She's pretty lucky. She ended up with me, right? Just kidding. No, I'm the lucky one. Fractality doesn't have one, but Laura did get one. I wonder, there's gotta be some rhyme or reason to who gets memberships, you would think, right? Because I feel like some people never get gifted memberships. Lufthansa is all CFM, I think. Oh, really, Mats? All CFM. Man, that's crazy. I thought they had a few IAEs. Cal says they had a few. I know the Speedbed. The Speedbed's got them. I am the lucky one, Callie Banks. 100%. I am extremely. Oh, look at this. We're about to go. I mean, look at the dynamic weather. It was rainy and cloudy where we took off. Now it's breaking up here. It's just awesome. That's what I think the discussion has to be more about now, because with this Block 2, I know I haven't flown the Tolis in a while, and we're going to fly it again. I think Tolis is coming up on a 2-year anniversary, I think, 3-year or 5-year. There's an anniversary of Tolis coming out, and they're doing a promotional thing to give away airplanes. I think I'm going to jump on that because I do love Tolis, and I do love what they have done. I mean, Tolis was a huge part to my channel as well, like, you know, that have dropping a 319 and back when this channel was getting started. So We're going to have to get back in the TOLA so I can refresh my memory of how the X-plane handles and flies. But I think when people want to debate sims, first and foremost, it doesn't matter what I say, what anybody else says, what any content creator says. Whatever sim that you like flying, nobody cares. That's perfect. Fly that sim. Enjoy it. Because guess what? At the end of the day, we're just a bunch of talking heads on YouTube anyway. So if you get enjoyment out of flying X-plane, if you get enjoyment out of flying the P3D, if you get enjoyment out of flying FSX still, God help you. But hey, you're enjoying it. So there's nothing wrong with it. But when I know there are those select few that they just have to know, they have to debate what is better, X-plane, Microsoft, TOLAS, Fenix. The TOLAS Fenix, I think, has to kind of go by the wayside now, and you got to look at the sim as a whole. And the dynamic environment of Microsoft is just so far ahead right now that I think that's where you just, that's the clear leader. I mean, the dynamic environment of Microsoft. Look at that shot with a little bit of sun reflection there. Ooh, baby. So we're level. I'm going to turn the seatbelt sign off. I'm going to pull out my tray table. I was going to have you guys sit here on the wing view, but I think we're going to have to go to outside view because the outside view is just juicing. I'm going to break down some of my lunch. I gotta find a good shot for you. I think that's a good shot right there. Actually, let's go drone cam. Ooh. Nope, there's the shot right there. Maybe a little bit higher, looking down. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find the perfect angle. Right there. That's the one. I'll reset Fly Live because it's Fly Live. You know, Fly Live uses SimConnect. Is there anything that like what else uses SimConnect? A mini FCU? I wonder because I feel like it only had not only, but I get it with the Fenix a lot. The disconnect with Fly Live. I wonder if it could be a hardware thing. It should be back to realistic or working out. Do you have juice with your lunch? No, I have some. Look how nice my Uber Eats driver was. Topo Chico mineral water carbonated from Monterrey, Mexico. All right, that's it, chat. We're going to fly Mexicana. Didn't Mexicana have an IAE 320 leased from the U.S.? I think I saw Whiskey Throttle making a livery for it. We're going to have to fly down to Monterrey, Mexico next. Get some Topo Chico water. I've never had this before. Just delivered from the wife. Do you use a game controller for the drone? No, X-Plane driver, I don't. I use just my keypad. Topo Chico's the best, Nabil? All right, I guess this is... It's not frou-frou, Fubar. Look, I will show you. Well, I don't want to show you because it'll jack up Fly Live. It's just water. It's very fancy, though. Let's see what it tastes like. Oh, gosh, it's not a twist off. Oh no. Good thing I have a bottle opener in here. Always gotta have a bottle opener. Probably shouldn't be on your keychain. Oh. Oh, that's very good. That's very carbonated. Now superset that with the steak taco, you'll be on smoke. Do I use VATSIM? I did for over 5 years and they banned me. Check out my community post. That explains it all. It's kind of old news by now. But yeah, we're on Aveo. All right, chat, give me a few minutes to eat some lunch. Enjoy the sun setting here over the southwestern USA. I'll be back in a couple minutes. So. Alright, just gotta reinstall the tactical flip-flops. We should be good to go. Alright. Back with you. With you. Look at that shot. Oh my goodness me. Screenshot. Screenshot. Please don't crash. Screenshot. RC Flyer. What's up, my man? Thank you for the 23 months of support. V1 question. Are circuit breaker panels backlit at night? If so, I can't find the light switch. Been using the flashlight. Thanks. We have an ATC message even though we don't have DCDU. Let's put our tray tables away. As far as backlit circuit breakers, the ones on the overhead, I don't believe they are. I know the ones back here aren't. I don't believe they are. Gustavo, I don't think they are. Every time I've had to pull a circuit breaker, just turn the dome light on if it's nighttime, so maybe not. I don't believe they are. So using the flashlight's pretty realistic. All right. Oh, that was good, man. Oh, Pokeball. Got my Topo Chico here. Cheers. Billy, you like that? I got another one. I don't want to share it, though. It may not be politically correct. V1, I'm 23, working on a desk job. I hate every day of it. Thinking about taking a leap to aviation and just wondering if there are any tips for you, someone taking a career as a pilot, thinking about a career as a pilot. Carson, Chris, well, are you, where in the world are you located? Because that's going to have a big impact on it. If you're in the US of A, you know, the number one thing that you got to look for is the financial commitment out of the gate. Do I think you'll have a nice career starting out now, getting your training done? Yes, I do. The question is, and only you'll be able to answer it, and you obviously don't need to answer it on the chat. You shouldn't answer it on the chat, but how, like, you have to, only you can gauge your financial situation. And making the leap to become an airline pilot in the United States is it is a costly leap indeed. So if you have the financial capability to make that leap, then I would look at the flight schools that have the Zero to Hero programs. Lift Aviation, United Aviate, what's Delta Propel. There's several schools that have a program laid out for you to take you from zero flight time all the way to an instructor to build time, and then right into the regional, and then eventually to a mainline carrier. That would be my recommended course of action. Or ATP or similar puppy mill, we call them puppy mill flight schools, where that's all they do. You just pump out pilots. Because the sooner you get it done, the better, but it's going to cost a pretty penny, and it's very demanding. So you got to be committed, and you got to have the financial freedom is kind of a not right really the term I want to use for that, because you can get grants and loans to do it. You just have to be in a situation where you can financially afford leaving your day job. United might want to put the brakes on that plan. Well, they're all going to put the brakes on right now, but it'll eventually pick back up. Lewis University in Illinois is a great aviation school as well. Got my bachelor's from there. There you go. There's another one. Where's the Boris at? The sound system guru. I think he went to Purdue, or is at Purdue doing flight training up there. There's also the military route, but then I'd suggest you talk to Wingnut or someone about that. Big Earn recently said it's going to be a lot more competitive when it comes to hiring. Yes. Yeah, the competitiveness now is going to be much higher. It's going to be going back to like what it used to be. So when I got hired at a mainline carrier, no one was hiring really. So anybody that did get hired, like there was no, the floodgates weren't open. To be even looked at, you had to have 1,000 PIC 121 time, 1,000 PIC turbine, probably over 3,500 hours. The sweet spot was between 4,000 and 7,000 total time. If you had more than 7,000 hours, you were classified as untrainable. So you kind of went against you on your resume. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting landscape for hiring here in the next couple of months for sure. What do you think about JetBlue Spirit merger being called off? What do I think about it? I don't know. I think it's a dangerous precedent to be set because according to the ruling, every other post-merger or every other merger was done illegally and shouldn't have happened, but there's nothing to be done about it. So really all that the JetBlue Spirit merger confirms to me, Jeremy, is that the political corruption is 100% at play because the only beneficiaries of the merger being called off are the big three. You could throw Southwest in there as well, the big four. They are the only beneficiaries of that being called off. The only reason Delta is the size Delta is, United is the size United is, Southwest size American, because they've all had mergers and acquisitions over the years. American's been bankrupt like 3 times. American isn't even American. America West bought U.S. Airways, and then America West bought American. But they kept the U.S. Airways branding, and then they kept the American branding. So all these, the main monopoly airlines were all created through mergers and acquisitions. So now you're saying that you're not going to allow any more mergers and acquisitions. That means nobody will be able to challenge the big four. So who are you really benefiting? The big four. So I don't know. It's a very interesting situation, Jeremy. I mean, you can go on and on about it. It's like the judge also said, well, we're not going to merge because we want to protect those who like Spirit. Okay, well, what happens if Spirit goes out of business now because you didn't allow them to merge? How are you protecting them now? Like, that's, I don't know. It's 100% utter craziness, man. Like, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen in the future for anybody? I'd recommend against active duty military if you're interested in the airlines. Wingnut says if you're 23, plenty of time to go Air National Guard. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Wingnut is the residential expert on your military route, for sure. What happens to Spirit pilots if Spirit goes into liquidation mode? Kimal, it would depend. So, you know, you could have a Chapter 7 liquidation of all assets, that would be the absolute worst, right? That would mean airplanes are gone, pilots are on the street, complete dissolvement of Spirit. Now, you can have a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which is not a guaranteed to everyone keeps their jobs, but it's definitely better than a Chapter 7. A Chapter 11 bankruptcy is done to restructure debt. Like I said, every major U.S. national airline has filed bankruptcy at least once, most of them multiple times. So most of them have filed Chapter 11 one or more times. But go back, ask the Pan Am pilots, ask national pilots, Eastern pilots. What was that other air? ATA. So ATA filed Chapter 11, and then everybody was out on the street even after a Chapter 11. So it's just, there's so many moving parts that no one really knows what would happen. There is no end to the options. I mean, it could be worst case scenario, or you could even have, if Spirit were to file a bankruptcy, say a Chapter 11 restructuring bankruptcy, then you could have another carrier attempt to buy them out of bankruptcy because the laws are slightly different when you file for bankruptcy protection. You know, then you could look at an acquisition through bankruptcy. That's been done before in the past. So it's hard to know what's going to happen. Now, I will say this. The media loves to poop on Spirit, 100%. And I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of people shorting the stock, because a lot of these articles that come out, I get sent them all the time. They're passed around on Discord. People send them in my pilot chats. You know, everyone's talking about stuff. It's like, but if you actually look at who's writing these articles, it's just like these people that are uninformed with no real source of information. So no one really knows what's happening other than the C-suite at Spirit. No one knows what's happening other than the C-suite at JetBlue. Like, they are the only ones in the know, and that real information is under NDA, and everything else you hear is hearsay and rumor. That's all it is. Who's struggling more, JetBlue or Spirit? I actually have no idea. I don't know. If you went with the media standpoint, it would make you believe that Spirit was the only one struggling and JetBlue was totally fine. But have you looked at departure arrival boards lately in any airport? Have you looked at on-time performance for the last year? JetBlue has been consistently last of all the airlines. So I don't know. I really don't know. My honest answer, I don't know who's in worse off shape. I do know this Carl Icahn guy that's now over at JetBlue, bought 10% of the company, whatever. That is kind of sketch. That's kind of sketch. He disrupted TWA pretty hard. Was it TWA? Yeah, TWA pretty hardcore. So it's I don't know. I really don't know. A lot of uninformed hacks in the media. I would, Mohammed, 100%. I would say most of the media is uninformed hacks. Imagine if Spirit had a week like United had. Oh my God, you wouldn't hear the end of it. It'd be like, the wheels are literally falling off the bus. Spirit's dead in the water. Yeah. Meanwhile, no one heard. I posted, there was like, Spirit just got awarded for the 6th year in a row, like the most prestigious safety award and maintenance from the FAA. For like 6 years in a row, they've had it. Carl Icahn has a sketchy past. Indeed, Muhammad. That's kind of what I was getting at. He's the airline Grim Reaper. It's a shame because I love flying JetBlue around the New York area. My personal opinion, I don't think you're going to see JetBlue or Spirit go away completely. I think you might. I think there's going to be more mergers. I think they're waiting for the administration to change. Because that's where this all took place. When the current administration took office, literally day one, executive order, we are doing hardcore antitrust, blocking all mergers, except they've allowed I don't know how many dozens of mergers already in other industries. So it's all bullshit, honestly. The whole thing, everything is. So I think other airlines, and like this Hawaii and Alaska thing, let's see what happens there, you know? Is this administration going to go hard after the Hawaii and Alaska merger, or are they wording it differently where we're going to run two separate companies until sometime and then maybe we'll do it? I don't know. It's a very interesting time. Nobody knows the truth. Honestly, spiritual wangs and Frontier are fine if you're flying around 1 to 3 hours long. Yeah, dude, and I don't fly anymore. I don't want to fly anywhere more than 3 hours, no matter who I'm on, honestly. NKS did you pretty dirty in 22, so I try to avoid him now. The judge wasn't helping me. Media outlets would be bankrupt if they had to hire professionals, yes. Problem with Spirit is that the public isn't intelligent enough to separate passenger experience with quality of airline safety operation. They assume there's a surcharge to get an instrument-rated pilot on your leg. Yes, indeed. All right, we're approaching TOD, but we need to do a quick cabin tour. I forgot. All right, hold on. Let's pause the tunes. I want to see what this cabin looks like. Turn up the sounds. All right, we got a little bit of time here before we start down. Stow the jump seat. Wow, did you hear it squeak? That was so cool. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to like 1998. America West. We got our old stinky cloth seats with the America West logo. All economy class configuration. What do we have in the behind the seats? We actually have something behind the seats too. Look at this, America West Airline Magazine. Safety instruction card, and even the safety instruction card has the proper livery. That is cool. I remember messing with these. I think I still have a bunch of these. I used to not steal, but permanently borrow safety cards. A Brochisu Syntron, I do remember that. So when I was little, I was like, what does a broche sous cintron mean or something like that? Fasten seatbelt while seated or life jacket on your seat? Because it used to say it in English and Spanish. Recaro, I don't think these are Recaro racing seats. Is that legit? That's a pretty cool detail though. What's cool too is wow, you can even hear the engine change. It's kind of neat. You could see how the seats are designed to withstand G-loading, like with triangles and geometry and physics. How like it'll flex forward, but it's mounted there. I don't know. It's really cool. We got our photoluminescent exit path lighting. Oh, look at that. Recaro does make them to build? Wow, alright. That's cool. I did not know that. Let's see, what row am I at? 92? Sir? Yeah? Sir, you're in my seat. No, I don't believe so. Sir, you're in my seat. I am in 19A. Well, 19A is a window over there. This is 19D. I don't think you know what I'm talking about, sir. You're in my seat. Okay. I'll switch you. Window texturing is superb, I agree. Alright, we probably need to start down. Aaron, geometry, physics? Here comes Captain Thermodynamics again. We need to start down. We just went past TOD. I'm going to set 16, manage descent. Let's figure it out. Let's go to work, chat. Sunset arrival into Phoenix. Here we go. Star charts, Hydra 1 RNAV. Bottom altitude. I guess we need to go to night charts now. Hydra going to land on 8E, right? So we got to go Limo. Or no, Jamil 4000 for the runway 8 transition. Let's make sure that's in the box. Jamil, it is. Dim this down. Man, that Topo Chico is giving me hiccups. 4,000 feet. We need to set that. 4,000 feet is set. Let's get a... I know. You need destination data. I was too busy looking at safety briefing cards. Sky Harbor. Look at that traffic down there. That is cool. It's in conning. The new Southwest seats are Recargo too? Alright. It's very heavy on the carbonation, but it's good. Very, very good. Alright, we need to pull out the ILS 8. I want to do a full-blown hand-flown approach, but we'll at least load it in here. Wait, are we landing 8? What are we landing? ILS 8. Oh, geez, we're going straight in. Is that right? That's not right. I thought we were going to land 2-6. Nope, we're landing straight at runway 8. Oh, geez, we are behind the curve. We need some drag out there. Did not think we were landing straight in. All right, ILS 8, 078, 3000 at Waza. 1368 on the barrel. I know. Weather data, 140 at 7, gusting 18. Temperature is 23. Beautiful spring evening. Altimeter 3001. Can we talk about the Boeing whistleblower who got suicided, or is the altitude too low on this flight? Too low right now, Bomb Tech, but yes. If it's Boeing, you're not whistleblowing. Let's just say that, huh? Turn up the internal lights here. Maximum juice mode. LSs are on. That is on. 4,000. Complying with the speeds. On the Hydra, technically now, if we're going this direction, it'd be 5,000. No, ILS 8 radar vectors. So, all right. Look at that background. I love that background. The modern slimline airliner seats are pretty awful for any flight longer than 2 hours. There's no seat cushioning. Yes, but guess what? Hey, Ron. Nobody cares about your rear end. They only care about bottom dollar. See what I did there? The correct term is Epstein. Oh boy. Now you're going to get this stream taken down from YouTube. Gosh, look at that. Just the sound of the pumps running, everything, it's just so realistic. Oh god, here we go. AJ heard whistleblower. Coming with the $3 super chat, appreciate you. Whistleblower didn't Epstein himself. Agreed. Oh, AJ, thanks man, appreciate you. Good times at Phoenix, got my PPL from Sawyer. Oh my gosh, I know Sawyer. I know Sawyer Aviation, Nate Williams. That's pretty cool, man. I did a lot of instruction out of Deer Valley, so flew in and out of Sky Harbor a couple times. Did the transition southbound, VFR transition over the Class Bravo. If I had $1 for every picture I took flying over Phoenix Sky Harbor in a 172, I'd probably have $10 or $12. Delta's new first class seats are awful. I had to sit on one from Honolulu to Seattle. My legs went to sleep every 30 minutes from the island, like sitting on a yoga mat. Interesting, Tony Johns. You perform the database validation when selecting a GPS procedure? No. No. You check the database is valid before you even take the airplane. That's part of the aircraft documents, and make sure everything is valid before you even push off the gate. It's part of our originating. Because if you've been flying along this whole time and now you got to do a GPS and you come down here to check that the GPS is valid, sorry to bust your bubble, but you've just been in violation the entire flight. So one of the first things you do when you sit down. What's that? Oh, I keep thinking the flight attendants are calling me. Fuel tanks have been transferred, 6,100 pounds. We are looking good. 7 is magenta, 4,000 is set. We'll get our LS push buttons on. Visual approach runway 8. Any questions? No questions. All right, briefing complete. Buddy's texted me a bunch of memes about Boeing. And now I gotta forward them. Hold on, this is important. This is important work. Fingers in the air, la la. Was that a Boeing drone over there? The cabin is toasty? 75 degrees. It's a little bit warm. We are going into Phoenix. We'll turn it down just a tad. Man, I might have messed up the time. I kind of wanted to do it. I wanted to be landing right about now. Oh, this might work out okay. Get flight recorder ready. Ooh, we have 2 replays to watch. I forgot about that. Why would they call you? The cockpit door is wide open. Is it still wide open? It sure is. Thanks, AJ. Also need to prepare, dim the cabin lights for arrival. Dim the cabin lights for arrival, and what was I going to do? I don't know, I just love that background. I was going to do something else. Oh yeah, arrival perf. Phoenix runway 8, apply. What are we now, 127.4? Low auto thrust, perfect. Got all of our... We can land there, imagine that. A 320 can land at Sky Harbor. Here comes 17.5, transition altitude, 2997 is set across the board. Approach checklist, briefing complete, approach stable by 2100. ECAM status check, seatbelts are on. Minimums, 1368 set. And altimeters 2997 set. Approach checklist is complete, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you know what would be a sweet shot if I turned the cabin off for a minute and we could see the sun back there. Look at that. Tell me that's not the juice. Oh, it's auto with V2? I totally forgot about that. You're right. Are minimums automatically set? No, you have to set your minimums. Perf approach page.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed.
This is
armrests
stunning.
down and window blinds open.
Look at the
You now
sun.
need to be seated with your seatbelt fastened, ready for landing.
The sunset
Please
here
help us
is
by
just
handing in any
perfect. That
rubbish,
pink,
newspapers,
purple hue
magazines that you do
in
not
the
want to
desert.
use.
Oh,
The toilets
just
are no
awesome.
longer in service.
Maximum juice right
Thank
now.
you.
Absolute maximum juice. You like it, the juice? I mean... the reflection off the tail. Good night. Hold on, let's do this. Absolutely stunning. At a 13.9 for 10 thou. Anyone else having input delay with the Phoenix? Not heard of that one. The sun reminded you of Teletubbies? Oh my gosh. Ali Nikos, no, I fast forwarded this approach because we want to do a sunset into Phoenix here. We want to do a Phoenix arrival at sunset. Jeez. It's going to end up being more like a nighttime approach. That's all right. Maybe we should wind it back just a tad. There we go. More drag, I know. 'Cause we wanted to be landing at sunset, not nighttime. Alright, speed brakes are coming out. 230 on the speed. I will manually select 230 as well. 230 selected. Perf. Activate, confirm. Our lights are set. We'll get them all on just because there's not going to be any ATC on. We've got traffic 7.5 miles in front of us. 210 is the next speed at Tyke. You ever fly in Europe? I have. Not too frequently. Mikey D, I do not know. This is the desert sunset I wanted right here. So we'll be on a nice long final to 8. Come back to 210K knots. This ought to look really good too when we get down there. Ortho here in Phoenix is some of the best in the sim. Oh yeah, AJ, if that Chase Field roof is open. Oh yeah. That'll be a juicy one. There's Wingnut's little F-16 Luke Air Force Base. I don't know, that is Luke, right? I think that's Luke right there, the two parallels. Alright, we are ready to flaps 1. That wind noise when you get those slats out is so real. So real. That hum of the engines, you hear that like high pitch like humming in the background? I mean, this is straight out of real life. If I wasn't talking right now, you'd think we're watching a real video on YouTube. Sky Harbor landing, HD 24K. 1680 FPS. Sunset A320. Alright, we're getting a little bit tight on that guy. He's slowing up way early. Let's select 180. Little speed brake. Aviator Nick. 21 months. Where has the time gone? Indeed. This time 2 years ago, I discovered your channel and subbed not too long after. Aviator Nick, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Appreciate you, man. Behind Wingnut on OE. That's what it feels like, man. We're freaking 20 miles out. We're doing 180 knots. Hello, Miss McTavish.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Cheerio. I'll take, let's see, just a vodka soda, please, for me. Thank you. Aviator Nick. Oh boy, that is a big one. We're gonna have to pause the alert box for that one. Aviator Nick, appreciate ya. Gifting 21 memberships because of the 21 months of support. Aviator Nick, absolutely massive. Appreciate you. Very, very kind. That is a huge donor to the channel. If you picked a membership up from Aviator Nick, make sure you say thank you, because that is a massive support here on the channel. Very, very kind. Thank you so much, Aviator Nick. Bringing everybody green for 21 months. Do the flaps come out faster than normal? I don't know. Someone asked me that before. That seemed like they came out kind of fast, but I don't know. I have a hard time believing that anything is incorrect with the amount of research that Phoenix has put into this airplane. Plus, I haven't sat on a flap view in I don't know how long, so I just didn't know if they were that fast. All right, we are flaps 2, 180. Let's go ahead and arm it up now. Glide Slope Blue, Loke Blue, Cat 3 Dual, Autopilot 1 plus 2, baby. I'm going to actually come to 160 because Wingnut over here on OE is doing 140 knots at 15 miles. So we're going to come all the way back to 160 now. We're below VFE next. Let's go ahead and extend flaps 3, a little out of sequence here. Y'all ever roasted garlic and did the squeeze? That's what the flaps just reminded me of. You can choose how much flap oil you want in the FD. More flap oil is faster flap. No, you're lying. Hey, wrong. For a second, I was believing you there. For a second, you had me. So this will be the max juice as we go over Bank 1 Ballpark. Now, we're just going to hand fly the approach in. And I've been recording for the last, I don't know, like a couple minutes, or the last minute or so. So I will have a phenomenal realism replay. It'll be the last one. We'll land, we'll do our San Jose replay, we'll watch our touchdown here in Sky Harbor, and then I'm going to wind it all the way back, and I'm not going to say anything, and you can just enjoy a pure real-life approach in Sky Harbor with no noise. Don't forget to change your blinker fluid. Hey, my wife needs some more of that blinker fluid, man. I'll tell you what. The amount of times my life has flashed in front of my eyes in my wife's car is more than I would like to admit. All right, let's go. Manage speed, gear down. Let's pull those armed. Flaps full, maximum flap juice. Look at that. All right, let's enjoy this. I'm gonna bump up 1-3. Let's give myself 3 knots. 137. All right, here we go, chat. We are recording. Autopilot's coming off. Cat 1. We'll leave the auto thrust on. That way we can use it in replay.
Phoenix traffic, American 714 is heavy on
1,000.
roughly 10 miles.
Bob's coming off the left-hand side. We'll take a look here at wing view in just a second. Oop. Look at that. Oh, I wish the lights were on inside the stadium. Oh my gosh. This was so awesome. So it was 7 knots with a gust factor of like 14.
100 above.
Now I haven't changed anything with my settings from the last landing, so We'll see how we do here.
Minimum 200.
Definitely have a little bit. Probably didn't need that V-app ad there. I'm gonna bring it back early.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Oh, come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Spoilers. Reverse green. Wow, the second one didn't pop out for a little bit of a delay. $70 knots. That's interesting. My number 2 reverser had a delay on deployment there. I don't know what that was all about. Had a little bit of asymmetrical. All right, let's clean it up. Keep it real. Go right to the gate. I need a light panel. Someone make a mini light panel. Single-handedly the worst manipulator in all of flight sim. Airbus lights.
Take all your personal belongings.
Man, we need an old America West sound pack for announcements. How cool would that be? I might have some. I have to look back. Because I remember trying to make, there was a program for FSX where you could make your own announcements. Gosh, I can't, not FS Economy. It was like a pilot career mode you could do. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Look at that terminal. I don't know what Piedmonter, if he ever said anything, why he doesn't like BM World Phoenix. I love this Phoenix. Look at that. Yeah, it's not flight beam, but I mean, it's freaking awesome. FS Passengers, yes. That's what it was, FS Passengers. 100%. All right, we're not going to shut down. We're just going to take it into the gate because we got a couple replays to watch. I'm going to park right over here next to the terminal, though. I think there's a Starbucks over here. FS Passengers. That is exactly what I was talking about. Blast from the past, man. All right, we will take Bravo 6. I'll tell you what, let's see if GSX will give us a Parker. Marshaller. Oh, it's going to do one of those things. Nope. All right, no GSX. That's fine. Oh my gosh, I've been recording this whole time. Well, I might as well record it all the way to the gate. Yes, Kyle. BMW AMG Sim World. I don't know which one the 320 line is. Probably the second one. Brake set. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Phoenix Sky Haba. Juice. All around. Juice, juice, juice. We're not going to shut down because we got replays to watch. So, let's do this. I'm going to save this one because this one is going to be, I might make a movie out of this one. Might make a movie, a cinematic out of that one. Oh, you. All right, so now this is where it's going to get spicy. I need to, let's do a couple things here. Let's wind the time back to morning time when we landed in San Jose. Sure, it was about that time. And let's re-extend the flaps to like that position there. Let's turn our lights on to there. And let's load San Jose landing, the auto land. Let's take a look at it. And it's going to wig out, stand by, execute. Got to load in the sim here. And this is where we like to talk about X-Plane, Microsoft. X-Plane for years dominated the replay market. Dominated, no competition whatsoever. I even raved about it on this channel. But now, with Flight Recorder off the Flight Sim TO, Flight Recorder, the ability to save replays and reload them, absolutely unethically smashes X-Plane replay system now. So that debate has also been squashed. I noticed you didn't use the bed. When do you choose to use it and when not? Whenever I feel like it, AA Ron. No, I'll use the bird when I turn the flight director off. So on that approach, Aaron, that was kind of like a hand-flown visual ILS approach. So I was following the flight director on the ILS, but I was also visual, but I was pretty much following the flight director, or attempting to follow the flight director. We still need a good flyby camera button. Yes, Captain Will, you are absolutely right. That is the last aspect of X-Plane replay, or not even replay, the last aspect of X-Plane that dominates Microsoft is the flyby cam. You're absolutely right. X-Plane replay is still better? No way, Lecran, no way. Because if you crash and replay, you're done. You can save replays, you can reload replays. Like, look, I'm doing a replay from a landing we did 3 hours ago. I just heard the ECAM. That's because the parking brake was set, I think. But no, the flyby is still definitely missing. Now look at the dynamic weather. It was raining when we did our auto land here.
200.
I forgot I had the auto thrust on. Ooh, yeah. That seemed pretty good. San Jose. Nothing beats holeless autosave for retrying landings. No, that is true, Aaron. You are correct there. And I said that for like those that are studying flight sim, or I'm sorry, studying the airplane for real world training purposes. Like you want to reset a failure, you want to reset V1 cuts, you want to do all that stuff on repeat. Nothing beats the ISCS for that. You're absolutely right. That is crucial. Alright, let's put this back up. I'm going to re-engage my auto thrust. So this was an auto land. I mean, it did pretty good. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst. Alright. Yeah, that's cool. Let's go to the juice. Let's go to the Sky Harbor one. Alright, so we're going to pause that. We're actually going to stop that. Let's load up the juice landing. Asking a lot of the sim here. Stand by. She's got to do her thing. She's going to yell. She's going to scream. I'm going to reset the time and weather at the same time. Leave you with the long one at the very end.
Speed.
Oh, I forgot to turn the lights on. That's all right. My 320 Phoenix crashed after switching engine off at gates, but I was doing some stuff in the background using all my RAM. Interesting. Fubar, thank you, my man. And thank all of y'all for hanging out with me today. We're going to get the sail rolling here. We're going to see a landing. Watch it from outside view. And then, like I said, I'm going to wind it all the way back. There's Bank 1 Ballpark, on the, or Chase Field, rather. Downtown Phoenix. Let's see how this landing was. Airfoil Labs, King Air better too, but yeah. Airfoil Labs, King Air, man. GOAT. It's unfortunate that C90 that's coming to Microsoft is going to be a G1000. Such a miss. Such a miss. RC Flyer, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Cheers, Topo Chico. Hey, man. Cheers right back at you, my Topo Chico. Did we get a landing rate on this one? Did it even pop up? Let's see what it looked like. Look at those engines. Brought it back early, had a lot of extra energy, rounded out, hold it, hold it. Oh my goodness me. Perfect. I mean, that was textbook. Absolutely love it. All right, hold on. We gotta watch that one in slow mo. Wind it back. Go here. Reset the camera. I wish there was a key binding for unbinding this follow mode. I'm gonna wind it over here. Half speed, resume. Here she comes. Oh, look at that sunset. Boop. I mean, it doesn't get juicier than that, Chad. It doesn't get juicier than that. Boop. Spoilers on the center line, reversers, bang on the center. All right, that's it. It doesn't get much better than that. That's going to wrap it up for me, chat. It's going to wrap it up for the week. Got some family coming in town. I get to actually go pick up my father-in-law. I'm going to fly the wife down and back. And we're going to pick up her dad. I'm going to be gone for the weekend. But I'll leave you with a couple more plays right here. Gonna get the spoilers down. We'll let you have the realism Phoenix approach here. Oh, I need to put it back to real time. Music's coming off. Enjoy maximum realism back to Sky Harbor. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for the support. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya.